Chapter 2980. To be honest, they only knew that the red pill was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not know if it had anything to do with the heavenly fire. Of course, they did not doubt Shinjingqiu's words because they knew that Shinjingqiu had an innate spirit body. Such a spirit body was very sensitive to power. Perhaps among all the elite prodigies present, only Shinjingqiu could sense it. In that case, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had an idea. Why don't we give up on the heavenly fire? Firstly, the pill contained the heavenly fire. Here, Huomuzhen and the others were studying the heavenly fire. It seemed that they wanted to seize the heavenly fire. If we break the array now, they will definitely go crazy and fight for the heavenly fire. When they fight, we can take the opportunity to break the 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array and scheme for the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Even if we can't take the furnace away, it would be great if we can get the pill inside. After all, although the heavenly fire was good, the Void Sky Divine Furnace was even more mysterious. Besides the red pill, there might be other treasures inside. However, if we break it and they fight here, what should we do? We can't go to the valley and seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Murong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It was fine. Fire Qilin Cave had been plotting for a long time. Huomuzhen was powerful, and they knew Skyfire City very well. As long as they could seize the heavenly fire, they would definitely leave. Don't forget about the teleportation array in the garden. They would definitely use that teleportation array to leave. Therefore, there would be a big hunt. After they leave, we just have to seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Lin Xian's plan was very good. After Murong Qingqing and the others heard it, they nodded. All right, let's do it. Lin Xian could not take the initiative. After all, it would be too obvious if he did. Therefore, he told the dark red divine dragon the way to break the array. He let the dark red divine dragon do it secretly. After all, they were covered by the mysterious feathers, and no one could see or eat them. Then, let's start. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then he went outside the valley again, pulled out the Fire Qilin sword, and bombarded the valley. He wanted to create a commotion to attract the attention of those people. That way, the dark red divine dragon would be able to do it quietly. As expected, Lin Xian's side began to attack the valley. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities and martial arts were displayed. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames filled the air, and sword qi danced in the air. In the distance, Huomuzhen and the others all looked over. Damn it, what is this brat trying to do? Was he crazy? Humph, did he think that he could break the 8 Barons' divine fire array just because he could defeat Zhang Wushuang? What an idiot! These people sneered disdainfully. However, they did not know that beside them, the dark red dragon was quietly cracking the array formation. Lin Xian's solution was obtained from the Fire Spirit Pearl. It was very profound and mysterious. He only needed to change the arrangement of some runic patterns to break the array formation. Therefore, the dark rainbow divine dragon's operation could be said to be silent. 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots. In the end, the dark red divine dragon cracked all 49 of them. When the last one was cracked, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Not long after they left, a white mist suddenly appeared around the fiery lake, followed by a series of deep voices. The entire ground began to tremble. Damn it, what happened? Huomuzhen and the others were shocked. At first, they thought that something was wrong with Lin Xian's side. However, they realized that it was not the case. There was a problem with the fiery lake around them. At this moment, Yan Nantian once again used the monarch runes and quickly walked forward. As soon as the monarch runes appeared, they blocked the power of the bronze pagoda. I won't let you get the heavenly fire. Yan Nantian's voice was cold, as if a monarch had been resurrected. In front, Hormuzan sneered, and the Qilin head let out a sinister laugh. "Who do you think you are? Are you really a monarch that has been resurrected? You're still too young in front of me." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out third-grade flying swords. Each of them was as red as fire and emitted a terrifying aura. "Not good. It's a forbidden weapon." Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyelids twitched wildly. Hormuzan sneered, and one of the flying swords enlarged, becoming 100 feet long. It slashed forward and broke through the flaming lake. Chapter 2981. Damn it! The forbidden artifact's power was no weaker than a half-step sacred artifact. Dodge it! They dodged one after another. Forbidden artifacts were very powerful, but they could not last long. Generally, they would break after a few uses. Although it was inferior to a half-step sacred artifact in this aspect, it was extremely terrifying in other aspects. For example, its sudden burst of power or the effect of self-destruction was very terrifying. Even Yen Nantian, who had the Great Emperor's talisman, did not dare to resist it. This energy was comparable to the self-destruction of a half-step sacred artifact. Therefore, he moved quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The void around the flaming lake quickly shattered. Other than Hormuzan, no one dared to stay here. Hormuzan had already opened the flaming lake. In the lake, there was a fist-sized flame that emitted a monstrous aura. Heavenly fire. Hormuzan smiled when he saw the flame. He knew that it was the flame of his dreams, because the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. It was like the king of all flames. Even his body was trembling, and cracks appeared. His own strength could not suppress the heavenly fire at all. However, the bronze pagoda above his head could. It was the work of a sage. The bronze pagoda cast a spell, and thousands of auras hung down like divine chains, enveloping the heavenly fire. Then, it kept the heavenly fire. "Let's go!" Hormuzan laughed loudly and flew in the sky. He called out to the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave and quickly left. Around him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinshue's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Especially Feng Yinshue. She screamed, "How dare you? Stay!" She screamed crazily. At this moment, she did not hold back. 2 pairs of phoenix wings appeared on her back. As she whistled, ice sealed thousands of miles. The entire space froze. The Fire Dragon King also turned into a fire dragon. He kept roaring, and his dragon claws tore the void apart. However, he was forced back by the Rainbow Pagoda. Hormuzan was extremely powerful at this moment. His speed was also very fast. "Get out of here!" He shouted loudly, turned into rolling flames, and fled. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave followed closely behind. All of them were extremely excited. They finally got the heavenly fire. "Damn it, stop them. Don't let any of them go." Feng Yinshue screamed, and the Fire Dragon King roared as well. Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and Huaxinyan also quickly followed. Their target was Hormuzan. For a moment, many figures were tumbling in the sky. In front of him, Hormuzan turned his head and revealed a ferocious smile. "You want to hunt me down with just the likes of you? Go to hell!" With that, he roared, and the 3rd flying sword beside him flew out again. This was also a forbidden artifact, and it exploded with a loud bang. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy cut off the space and blocked everyone. By the time the energy dissipated, Hormuzan had already led the people of the Fire Qilin cave out of the cave. "Damn it, Chase. I must catch up to him. I can't let him escape." Behind him, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinshue, and the other Sky Prides roared crazily. They killed their way out like madmen. Damn it, I was tricked by the Fire Qilin cave. They would not allow Hormu to escape. Ha ha! Hormuzan took the lead. He stepped on a fire cloud and flew quickly. Beside him were the sky prides of the Fire Cloud Cave. These people were also extremely excited. They had finally obtained the heavenly fire. Next, they would be able to leave this place. According to the ancient emperor's memories, there was a teleportation array ahead that could teleport them away. Previously, Huomuzhen had also sensed that although the teleportation array had not been used for a long time, it was undamaged. It could be activated at any time. After using the teleportation array to leave, they had completely shaken off the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge. At that time, they could calmly go and seize the Qilin Eye. As for the Void Divine Furnace, they had given up on it this time. However, they had obtained 2 of the 3 treasures of Heavenly Fire City. After returning, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, they were wild with joy. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind. It turned out that a palm had descended from the sky and directly slapped 2 geniuses of the Fire Spirit Cave to death. Damn it, the chaotic ancient palm. Seeing this scene, Huomuzhen's face darkened. Needless to say, it was Yen Nantian who had made a move. The other party was really powerful, as expected of someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. What should we do, Lord Seventh? Should we kill them? The eyes of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave beside him were bloodshot. They had never been hunted down like this before. Huomuzhen gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. There was no need to care about these people. Let's hurry up and fly. All of you, burn your bloodline power. We must leave this place as soon as possible. So what if 1 or 2 geniuses died? As long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. Without their guidance, it would be a problem for the remaining people to leave Heavenly Fire City, let alone obtain the treasures. As they were returning along the same path, Huomuzhen and the others were very fast. They were not obstructed at all. Not long after, they arrived at the garden from before. Not good. There was something wrong with that garden. It was very likely to be a teleportation array. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. They had felt that it was suspicious previously. Huomuzhen had stood under the rockery in the garden for a long time. At that time, they were suspicious. They had investigated, but they did not find anything. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Hurry up and don't let him leave. The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. Fire Dragon descends. He used a great divine ability. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Chaotic ancient divine fist. Apocalyptic blade. Heaven-battling divine blade. The top geniuses attacked crazily, trying to destroy the entire garden. As long as the array was destroyed, he did not believe that they could not escape alive. You want to stop me? It's not that easy. Huomuzhen laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth, and spat out another treasure. It was a disc array. It quickly expanded in the wind and directly merged into the void. Then the array was activated and enveloped the entire garden. Haha, with my Divine Sun Universe array, you can stay outside. Huomuzhen and the others laughed crazily. That was an extremely powerful defensive array. Those below the Sage Realm would not be able to break it. Those people wanted to stop them, but it was purely wishful thinking. As expected, those peerless divine abilities bombarded the array's light screen, producing earth-shattering sounds. The array's light screen trembled, but it did not break at all. Seeing that, the geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave all laughed loudly. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yingxue, and the others had gloomy expressions. Damn it, he brought so many treasures. They had naturally heard of the Divine Sun Universe Array. It was an extremely famous defensive array of Fire Qilin Cave. They did not expect Huomuzhen to bring it here. Is it that powerful? Open! Heaven-battling divine fist. Chapter 2982. Even though the void had been shattered, the spirit formation remained completely unscathed. Zhang Wushuang's face turned hideous. The other sky prides also looked cold. Let me try. Xinyan walked out, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Around him, balls of flames danced as if they could burn everything. It was the earthly blaze. He had such a strange flame. Feng, Yingxue, and the others exclaimed. It was a terrifying flame that was born from the earth, and it was very difficult to subdue. They did not expect it to be refined by him. Sure enough, when the flame appeared, the surrounding void distorted. Many sky prides trembled as they looked in front of them in fear. Poof! The earthly blaze landed on the array and burned rapidly. Soon, it spread throughout the entire space. The array shook violently, but it resisted in the end. Damn it! How could it be so strong? Xinyan frowned when he saw this. In the garden, Huomuzhen and the others still came to the array. He looked at the exasperated faces of the people outside the garden and laughed proudly. Idiots! The Divine Sun Universe Array was an extremely strong defensive array. No one below the sage level could break it. You people should stop dreaming. Huomuzhen laughed. I'll miss you after I leave Sky Flame City. I hope you can escape from here within 100 years. Huomuzhen was overjoyed. Without his guidance, these people would not be able to leave. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yingxue's faces darkened. When they entered the fourth area, Huomuzhen had provided them with a method to break the array. They had worked together and spent a lot of effort to break it. Now that they did not have Huomuzhen's guidance, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. Damn it! Thinking of this, Feng Yingxue screamed and attacked again. An ice sword fell from the sky, and it was powerful enough to destroy the world. It slashed on the array, but it did not break it. Humph! You bitch, you keep going against me. Who do you think you are? Now, just stay here obediently. When I'm in a good mood, I might come back to collect your corpse in 100 years. Huomuzhen's arrogant voice sounded again. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue was so angry that she vomited blood. How dare he insult her like this? This drove her crazy. Damn you, Huomuzhen, I'll kill you. Kill me? Stop dreaming. Huomuzhen sneered. Do you think you have the strength to do so? Be good and stay here. I'm going to leave. Huomuzhen was very proud of himself. After returning this time, he would definitely be rewarded by the Crown Prince. At that time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds again. As for these people, they were trapped here. What could the other party use to kill him? At the thought of this, he called the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto to stand on the array formation. Then he formed a seal with his palm. 9 divine crystals flew out of his sleeves in different directions, providing a tremendous amount of energy. Activate the formation. With a cold shout, Huomuzhen's body exploded with light. One after another, mysterious runes hit the formation. Oh no, I can't let him go. Feng Yingxue, the Fire Dragon King, and the other top sky prides attacked like crazy. However, it was still blocked by the array formation. Although cracks had appeared on the formation, it did not shatter. On the teleportation array, Huomuzhen and the others smiled. Goodbye. He was about to leave this place. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also looked at each other. What was going on? Why weren't they teleported away? Damned teleportation array, activate. Huomuzhen shouted coldly. He thought that the divine crystals he threw out were not enough, so he threw out 9 more and merged them into the array formation. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, but in an instant, the light disappeared again. They were not teleported away. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Huomuzhen's face was gloomy, and the expressions of the prodigies around him changed drastically. Could it be that there was a problem with the array formation? That was impossible. Huomuzhen had personally checked before. The array formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Moreover, he had done it very secretly. He did not believe that these people could see through it. Judging from the situation when these people were chasing after him, they really did not know that there was a teleportation array here. In other words, it was impossible for these people to destroy it. But why could the teleportation array not be activated? How could this be? What should we do? Lord Seventh, the faces of the surrounding prodigies of the fire Qilin Grotto also turned pale. Could it be that this array formation was broken? That was impossible. Although many tens of thousands of years had passed, so many killing arrays had been used before. This array formation should not be broken. Their faces were also gloomy. What exactly happened? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be that the array formation had not been activated for a long time, so the energy required was relatively large. His eyes were bloodshot. This time, he threw out 49 divine crystals. Those divine crystals were like small suns, blooming with vast energy and enveloping the entire array formation. This time, the energy should be enough. Huomuzhen gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, this time, they still did not teleport away. All the energy was absorbed by the array formation, but they still stayed in place. How could this be? The prodigies of the fire Qilin Grotto were about to go crazy. They looked at the people outside the array formation, their bodies trembling. Previously, they had completely offended the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Zhan Wushuang, and other top prodigies. If they could teleport away, then it would be fine. However, if they could not teleport away, they would face the anger of so many top prodigies. Would they be able to withstand it? Not to mention them. Even their 7th generation master would not be able to resist. Huomuzhen's face also turned green. He roared in exasperation. Damn it, you bastard! Open it! He had gone crazy. He roared like a wild dog, but the array formation remained indifferent. Outside the array formation, Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Huomuzhen and the others were not teleported away. To be honest, they did not believe it either. It seemed that there was a problem with the array formation. Huixinyan sneered. Everyone was stunned, then revealed a sinister expression. This Huomuzhen was really courting death. Fire Dragon King sneered. Feng Yinxue was even more murderous. Great, there was finally a chance to kill him with his own hands. Zhan Wushuang and Yan Nantian also snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. They attacked together. They would shatter the array formation. Cracks had already appeared on the array formation. Now that they were attacking even more violently, it probably would not last long. 7th generation master, what should we do? Chapter 2983. Huomuzhen was trembling with anger. Damn it! How did this happen? To be honest, he did not expect that he would not be able to leave after offending so many people. His previous plan was very good. He would seize the treasure, activate the teleportation array, and leave directly. However, he had obtained the treasure, but now the array formation had failed. No, it can't have failed. Someone must have sabotaged it. Huomuzhen looked ferocious. He kept feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind him that were pushing everything. When the great heavenly fire array was broken, he had some doubts. Those people thought that he was the one who cracked it, but he knew that he did not know how to crack the array formation. However, the array formation was inexplicably broken. He previously thought that someone was lucky and triggered the array formation's mechanism, but now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. This ancient great array was so mysterious that it was not something that could be opened by luck alone. However, in just 3 days, the great heavenly fire array was activated. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very suspicious. coupled with the fact that the teleportation array could not be activated, that made Hormuzhan's heart sink to the extreme. He knew that he had been set up, but who was the one who did it? Damn it! Could it be that there's a peerless expert hiding in the dark? Who is it? Come out! He roared like a madman. How dare you set me up? I'll definitely kill you. Fire Qilin Cave will definitely not let you off. However, no one answered. What answered him was only an earth-shattering sound. With a boom, endless light flickered, and the surrounding divine sun universe array shattered with a bang. Fire Dragon King Feng Yunxue and the others rushed over. Behind them were the primordial elites of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Rich. Oh no! The primordial elites of the Fire Qilin Cave were so scared that they were about to cry. Hormuzhan's face was also extremely pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Hormuzhan hurriedly roared. They had been set up, and they had to find the person who was hiding in the dark. Misunderstanding my ass. Feng Yunxue rushed forward with a murderous aura, not giving Hormuzhan a chance to speak at all. Previously, he dared to call her AB*TCH and humiliate her. How could she tolerate it? Buzz. She extended her jade-like hand, which transformed into a divine bird. It carried the divine light of leaf fire as it pierced through the clouds and charged at Hormuzhan. It could be said that he did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Therefore, the sky prides around Hormuzhan trembled, unable to resist at all. Hormuzhan shouted angrily, and a cold light burst from his eyes. A sea of fire gushed out from his body, and his king's domain enveloped the geniuses around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time, he punched out. Boom! The sky was filled with crimson clouds that emanated from his fist, spreading out in all directions. This punch was like a peerless, ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles and charged forward. Clang! When the two collided, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. A terrifying explosion of energy blew those geniuses away. Only the Flame Dragon King and the others were still able to advance. Hormuzhan's face darkened. He roared, "Retreat!" The sky prides behind him could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Now that the other party was going crazy, he had to leave this place. However, he had just retreated. Behind him, a divine blade descended. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying terrifying divine force, cutting off his path of retreat. Buzz! Countless runes flickered above his head. A huge vortex appeared, and a god fiend's palm reached out from the vortex, emitting a monstrous aura. The Flame Dragon King and Yen Nantian had made their move. Oh no! Hormuzhan's pupils constricted. He was the 7th-generation god fiend, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. However, he could not fight against so many geniuses of the same level as him. Therefore, he could only hide. His body turned into a stream of light. He burned his bloodline power and narrowly avoided such a terrifying killing move. At the same time, he screamed frantically, "Stop! I've been tricked! The array has been tampered with and can't be used anymore. Moreover, I wasn't the one who broke the heavenly fire array. Someone broke it in the dark. There's a peerless expert lurking around us. We have to find that person, or there will be endless trouble." Humph! Hearing that, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly. Zhan Wushuang, Yen Nantian, and the others also felt cold. They didn't believe such nonsense. Feng Yunxue sneered. "Someone tricked you? Someone secretly attacked you? Do you think I'll believe you? We have so many experts, but we can't see through the other party. Could it be that the other party is a saint? A saint can't enter this place. Besides, when you escaped with the heavenly fire, was there someone tricking you? When you humiliated me in the array, was there someone forcing you to say it? Damn you, Hormuzhan, I won't let you go today." Feng Yinshue's murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The others also attacked aggressively. Although they were also very confused, they were all burning with anger. They had to capture Huomuzhen and torture him. Then they would think about whether the details were as the other party had said. These people did not hold back. One by one, they unleashed their terrifying divine abilities. "Ah, damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Huomuzhen screamed crazily. His eyes were wide open, and the blood in his body surged. A huge fire Qilin phantom appeared and roared at the sky. At the same time, he burned his bloodline power, and the bronze pagoda also rushed out from between his brows. He did not hold back at all and fought against these people. In an instant, a great battle broke out. In the end, Huomuzhen used the heavenly fire that he had just obtained. Monstrous flames filled the air. The entire space was enveloped by a peerless power. Other than Yen Mantian, Fire Dragon King, and the others who fought against it, the other ancient paragons all retreated frantically, not daring to get close at all. However, the paragons of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge were not idle either. They all charged towards the paragons of the Fire Qilin Cave. For a moment, the battle was very tragic. While these people were fighting desperately on the other side, the cave was eerily quiet. At this moment, the cave inside was still like a paradise on earth. The flaming lake that was split open by the saber once again recovered, but there was still no one there. In the entire paradise on earth, only Lin Xian was left. Of course, there was also the dark red divine dragon and the others. They walked out of the mysterious feather. They were finally out. Murong Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Shun Jingqiu looked around curiously. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. "Kid, let's start quickly." Lin Xian nodded. There was no time to lose. They had to make a move quickly. Who knew what happened to those people outside? The group of people moved quickly and arrived outside the valley. Looking at the void divine furnace in front of them, everyone's eyes burned with passion. My God! The snow-white little monkey also jumped out, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it also knew that the array formation ahead was terrifying, so it did not dare to move forward. Chapter 2984. Because they already had the method to break it, they took action very quickly. Not long after, the entire 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array trembled slightly and then disappeared. "Great, it's broken." The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed, and the snow-white monkey flew over. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and Shun Jingqiu also arrived at the front. Void divine furnace. Everyone looked at the divine furnace in front of them and became excited. One of the pills inside was refined using the heavenly flame. Its value was definitely higher than the heavenly flame, and this was only one of the treasures. There must be other treasures inside. In other words, the value of the entire void divine furnace far exceeded the heavenly fire. Hurry up and take it away. The dark red divine dragon set up a layer of array outside to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion when taking the treasures and alerting the outside. Let me try. After setting up the array, the dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the void divine furnace. The mysterious runes on the void divine furnace flickered, and terrifying divine flames spread out, scaring the dark red divine dragon so much that he quickly retreated. No, although the 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array was broken, the void divine furnace was too terrifying. It would be difficult for those below the sage realm to walk. Let's open the furnace. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and stretched out his dragon claws, grabbing the top of the furnace and lifting it. However, the void divine furnace didn't move at all. Damn. Why is it so heavy? Everyone was stunned. The dark red divine dragon could easily lift 100,000 mountains with just one move. However, the void divine furnace didn't move. That Yen Nantian was really powerful. He could lift the top of the void divine furnace with just one hand. Morong Qingcheng exclaimed. Shen Jingqiu was also shocked. It had to be said that the great emperor's divine ability was indeed powerful. Let me try. Lin Xian stood out. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he used his full strength. A pair of golden hands grabbed the top of the furnace. Open for me. With a furious roar, Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. The entire void trembled and countless cracks appeared around him. The illusionary divine furnace also began to tremble and let out rumbling noises. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his power erupting once again. Finally, a crack appeared in the furnace. It was activated. The Crimson Dragon God was overjoyed. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, it was indeed terrifying to possess such divine power. Lin Xian's face was flushed red. Activating this sliver was already his limit. He couldn't open it completely. However, he also had a backup plan. Come out, great dragon sword soul. With a cold shout, a dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out and circled in the sky. Then it pierced into the gap. Clang! An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Fortunately, there was a formation around them, so it did not spread out. Seeing the great dragon sword soul enter the gap, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip. His arm was numb. He had to admit that the great void divine furnace was too terrifying. At the same time, he was even more shocked. It seemed that the chaotic ancient technique was truly incomparably terrifying. The inheritance of a great emperor was truly not to be underestimated. In the future, he would have to pay more attention to Yen Nantian. Now he put away his thoughts and focused on dealing with the great void divine furnace in front of him. Buzz. He grabbed the great dragon sword soul with one hand. Then he pressed it down. He wanted to use the great dragon sword soul as a lever to pry open the cauldron of the great void divine furnace. If it was an ordinary top-tier heaven-grade weapon, it would probably break in an instant. Even a half-saint weapon might not be able to withstand it. However, the great dragon sword soul was different. This was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It would not break at all. Lin Xian did not have to worry. He only needed to use all his strength. Rumble, rumble. The top of the great void divine furnace finally emitted a creaking sound. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally, more than half of it was opened. Buzz. As soon as the divine furnace opened, a red light rushed out from within, emitting a peerless aura. It turned into a pill and floated at the entrance. It was that pill. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu also held their breaths. Previously, they had seen this pill. The power of this pill was too terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on Shen Jingqiu's body. She sensed it carefully. That's right. This pill indeed contained the aura of the divine fire. Keep it. Lin Xian took out the 9-story pagoda. It was also a half-saint weapon that he controlled. He put away the red pill. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon God looked ahead eagerly. Kid, look, are there any more treasures inside? They looked ahead. It was chaos inside. They could not see clearly at all. Kid, activate your heavenly secret divine eyes. The Crimson Dragon God urged. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked inside. In the next moment, he could not see clearly what kind of chaos he passed through. However, he saw that there were many flickering lights inside. He thought that there should be treasures inside. He said that there were indeed treasures, but he could not take them out. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and reached into the chaos, wanting to take out those treasures. However, as soon as he entered, the 9-yong palm cracked open. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. It seemed that the aura of the wonton was even more terrifying than the divine fire. Did he have to wait for the treasures to fly out? The crimson dragon god's eyes were red. He muttered something and formed a seal with his dragon claws. He shouted, "Come out! Treasure!" However, there was no reaction from the void divine furnace. The crimson dragon god was so angry that he roared and slapped it with his claws. "Damn it! Wu-Ji! Wu-Ji!" the snow-white monkey jumped. It was also so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks. It took off the treasure bowl on its head. The snow-white monkey used all its strength. Its body emitted a white light. It used the treasure bowl to the extreme. Similarly, mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Xian also took out the fire spirit pearl from the mysterious sword and placed it on the treasure bowl. He did not know what use it would be. However, he had a feeling that the fire spirit pearl should have some kind of connection with the void divine furnace. Sure enough, under the effect of the two, a few more lights flew out from the void divine furnace. It came out. A treasure came out. A total of 4 lights came out and floated at the entrance. Seeing this, the snow-white monkey waved its claws and kept a blue fruit. Then it was elated. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Other than the blue fruit, there were 3 other treasures. One of them was a blood-colored lingji. This was not an ordinary lingji. It was even more terrifying than a medicine king. This was because there were mysterious runes on it. They did not look like they were carved by humans. Heavens, could this be natural Dao runes? The crimson dragon god swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a magical spirit herb. "Big brother Lin Xian, can you give this blood lingji to me?" Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened. There were also terrifying runes revolving around her body. She had formed some kind of connection with the blood lingji. Lin Xian smiled. "Of course, these are all for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Shen Jingqiu formed a seal with her palm. The blood lingji flew to her side, and she kept it. "Roar! This won't do. I have to choose one too." The crimson dragon god stared at the remaining 2 treasures. At this moment, a roar came with a terrifying aura. Chapter 2985. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. What is this thing? The dark red divine dragon's eyes were red as it stared at the black pill. This thing looked inconspicuous, but it was actually so terrifying. Could it be the legendary 1,000 Beasts pill? Heavens, I want this thing. The dark red divine dragon waved its claw and kept the black pill. Then, I want the last thing. Murong Qingqing smiled and waved her jade-like hand. Although there was only one left, she was not dissatisfied. In fact, she was very happy. The last thing was a 7-colored lotus. The 7 petals were like a rainbow, shining with a mysterious aura. Needless to say, this was also a treasure. Everyone was very satisfied with the treasures they obtained. Next, the little white monkey activated the treasure basin again. Lin Xian used the fire spirit pearl, but it was useless. None of the treasures came out. They knew that they might have used up all their opportunities. However, it did not matter. Each of them had obtained a treasure. Moreover, they knew that the value of any treasure in their hands was far greater than the Heaven Fire. It could be said that they were the biggest winners in this trip to Heaven Fire City. Lin Xian kept the great dragon sword soul, and the divine furnace slowly healed. Finally, the void sky divine furnace merged into one again. It emitted a mysterious aura and floated there. "Are we leaving?" Murong Qingqing asked. The dark red divine dragon looked at it and said reluctantly, This is a peerless treasure. Are we going to leave it here? I really want to take it away. Kid, do you have any other ideas?" Lin Xian also looked reluctant. To be honest, Although he could not take it out now, he wanted to take it away. In the future, when he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get the treasures inside. So he wanted to get it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me try." Others might not have a way, but he had a way. He had a mysterious small sword in his body. Previously, the mysterious small sword had absorbed the fire spirit pearl. This time, it should be able to take the void sky divine furnace. However, he could not take the initiative to move the mysterious small sword. So he was ready to take the risk. He reached out and grabbed the void sky divine furnace. The void sky divine cauldron released a divine flame that enveloped Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body resisted the divine flame, but the divine flame was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared on his 9-yang divine body. He roared, "Damn it, keep it!" Just as his body was about to shatter, the mysterious little sword in his body finally trembled. A beam of sword light shot out and enveloped the void sky deity. In the next moment, the void divine furnace disappeared from the valley. Disappeared. The void divine furnace seemed to have disappeared. Murong Qingcheng and the others widened their eyes, and the dark red dragon screamed, "Kid, did you succeed?" Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul entered the mysterious little sword. Sure enough, he discovered that the Nihility divine furnace had appeared in that mysterious space. This made him sigh in relief. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He had succeeded. "Hurry up and leave. Don't get blocked by those people. If they find out that it was us who did it in secret, these people will probably go crazy." The dark red dragon and the others prepared to leave. Lin Xian nodded and also wanted to leave. However, just as they turned around, a mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the place where the void divine furnace was originally floating. When it jumped, the entire valley space instantly shattered. A terrifying spatial power enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared from the valley. On the other side, the battle in the garden was tragic. Huamuzhen's body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in cracks. He had been defeated twice, and this was the result of using all his trump cards and burning his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were also on the verge of death, and each of them was injured. Many of them had been killed. "Damn it, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll hand over the heavenly fire." Huamuzhen was going crazy. However, if he did not hand over the heavenly fire, he would really lose his life. Not only him, but all the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave would be killed. He could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others stopped. Huamuzhen reluctantly took out the bronze pagoda. He divided the heavenly fire into 6 portions and gave them to the Fire Dragon King and the other 5 prodigies. Only then did the other party stop. However, Feng Yunxue looked at him with a cold expression. In the end, she did not make a move. This made Huamuzhen heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he trembled with anger. Who was it? Who was it that tricked him? He decided to go back and take a look. The others also felt that something was amiss. After all, it was unreal that the heavenly fire array was activated so easily. Therefore, these people also followed Huamuzhen and returned to the cave. When they entered the cave, they found that it was quiet inside. They first came to the flaming lake and saw that everything was normal. Feng Yunxue sneered. "All right, we've already obtained the heavenly fire. It doesn't matter if you're lying and plotting something." The others also looked over. Huamuzhen shook his head. "Someone must have tricked me. Let's go to the valley and take a look. There might be something wrong with the void divine furnace." They flew toward the valley. Among them, although the Fire Dragon King and the others were suspicious, they did not think that the other party had the ability to seize the void divine furnace. One should know that even the successor of the great emperor, Yen Nantian, could not do anything. Moreover, he only survived after risking a chaotic ancient imperial talisman. It was impossible for others to take it away, unless it was a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Only then would he be able to quietly take away the void wave divine furnace. With a suspicious attitude, they flew toward the valley. However, when they arrived at the valley, they were completely dumbfounded. With a clang, the bronze pagoda above Huomuzhen's head fell to the ground. However, he did not care at all. He stared ahead. Where was the void divine furnace? Feng Yinxue also screamed. The pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and Huaxinyan also shrank. Yen Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The stars in his eyes were like the eyes of the martial path, sweeping in all directions. Could it be that it was hidden? However, under such a terrifying eye technique, nothing could be hidden. He realized that the void divine furnace had really disappeared. Not only did the void divine furnace disappear, but the 8 barren divine fire array also disappeared. As soon as Huomuzhen entered the valley, he roared crazily. Who was it? Damn it, who was the one who did it? The others were also sweating profusely. The heavenly fire array was broken. The 8 barren divine fire array was also broken by someone. Which expert was it that did this? It could not be the younger generation. No one had such a terrifying ability. Even the top young array masters could not do it. The Fire Dragon King. And the others shook their heads. They knew how terrifying the 8 barren divine fire array was. Even the 10,000 ancient races couldn't produce such a prodigy, let alone the human race or anyone else. Chapter 2986. Super Expert. There was a super expert hiding in the dark. Damn it, what method did he use to get in? Which faction's super expert was he from? These people went crazy. They felt that it was not just Huomuzhen, but all of them had been tricked by the other party. The other party first cracked the heavenly fire formation, making them fight for the heavenly fire, and the other party quietly took away the void divine furnace after they left. Thinking of this, everyone felt like they had been played, especially Huomuzhen. He even spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Even he had been injured by it. Who exactly was it? Wait, where was that kid? Where was that human kid? Feng Yinxue suddenly screamed. The others also looked at each other. Yes, where was Lin Xian? If it was said that Lin Xian was an ant in the past, they wouldn't have taken him seriously. However, the battle between him and Zhan Wushuang let them know that this kid was very strong, not weaker than them. However, during the heavenly fire battle, he did not appear at all, and now he disappeared. Could it be that he took the void divine furnace? When these words came out, the others' eyelids twitched wildly. Impossible! No matter how strong that kid is, he's at most on par with us. If we can't take it, what right does he have to take it? Yes, even Brother Yen, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't do anything. How could this kid have such methods? Although he had the 9 young divine body and great dragon sword soul, these two were both offensive and combat aspects. In terms of cracking formations, he had no advantage. In fact, he was even inferior to us. They did not believe that it was Lin Xian who took the void divine furnace, because that would be too sensational. Yen Nan frowned. If it was not taken by the other party, then why did he disappear? Could it be that it was the super saint behind this kid? They knew that Lin Xian was related to at least 3 super saints. The first was Xia Zhuyo, that was Immortal Palace's old palace master. The second was Lin Zhan, that was the other party's father. The third was Wine Lord. His relationship with the other party was not shallow. What if it was really Lin Xian, who had colluded with one of the 3 super sages to take it away? It shouldn't be. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. Ever since the darkness upheaval, the ancestors of the three ancient royal families have been secretly watching the actions of the human race's super saints. If it's one of those super sages, our patriarch will definitely know about it. At that time, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, it couldn't be them. Who was it? Could it be that another hidden mysterious saint had taken action and seized the void divine furnace? But this kid happened to see it, and then he killed this kid directly. It was possible. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was also a possibility. Huamujian's face was gloomy. No matter who had done it this time, he had really lost. He only managed to obtain 1/6 of the heavenly flame before the void divine furnace disappeared. How was he going to explain himself when he returned? That's right, the Qilin's eye. There was still the Qilin's eye. He had to get the Qilin's eye. Otherwise, the Qilin crown prince would not forgive him when he returned. In the next moment, he looked at the fire dragon king and the others. You guys don't need to follow me anymore. At this point, he waved his sleeve, and endless runes condensed in the air, forming a map. This is the way out. You guys follow this path. I have other things to do. With that, he quickly left with the people of the Fire Qilin Cave. Damn it, this guy must have secrets that he's hiding from us. Could it be that there are other treasures in Heavenly Flame City? Feng Yinxue looked at the other party's back and gritted his teeth. Should we follow? The other's eyes flickered. These people discussed and decided to follow. And take a look. They felt that Huamujian must be hiding something. They followed for a while, but found that he had completely disappeared. This made them sigh. Forget it. This guy knows more than us. It's easy to shake us off. Let's go back the way we came. Yan Nantian and the others shook their heads. Everyone decided to return. In the true spirit world, Heavenly Flame City floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The great sects of the human race and the 10,000 ancient races were waiting nervously. After all, they had sent in so many geniuses. It seemed that there should be 1 or 2 months before Heavenly Flame City disappeared. They wondered how far Huamujian and the others had gone. Did they get the heavenly flame? Did they get the void divine furnace? Qilin Eye? The eyes of the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave flickered. They still didn't know that the void divine furnace had been quietly taken away by someone else. Huamujian had only obtained 1/6 of the heavenly flame. As for the Qilin Eye, it was still unknown. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire Fire Qilin Cave. On this day, not far from Heavenly Flame City, the void split open, and a few figures fell from the void. As soon as these people appeared, their bodies shone brightly, and they instantly recovered. Where is this place? A beautiful woman in purple asked curiously with widened eyes. Beside her was a peerless beauty in white, a dark red divine dragon, a snow-white monkey, and a black-robed youth. It was Lin Xian and the others. After Lin Xian recovered his strength, he looked around. Heavenly Flame City. We're out. Sure enough, Murong Qingcheng and the others also saw the incomparably huge Heavenly Flame City. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were worried. What about the disciples of their sacred lands? There should be a way out. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Peacock and the other Immortal Palace martial artists were also inside. However, he wasn't worried. With so many disciples of the sacred lands inside, there would be a way out. Lin Xian said, "Let's leave this place quickly. After all, we came out early. If we were discovered by others, there would be a lot of questions and suspicions." At this point, Murong Qingcheng took out a mysterious feather, covered their aura, and quickly left. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few immemorial kings looked over. What's going on? Why do I feel an energy fluctuation? Could it be that someone came out early? Impossible. It's not time yet. These people shouldn't have come out. Perhaps a demonic beast happened to pass by. The few of them patrolled the surroundings again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Only then did the immemorial kings withdraw their gazes. On the other side, in the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. These immemorial kings were so cautious. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. They flew quickly in the dark. Finally, they arrived 5 million miles away. Lin Xian was still worried. He flew another 10 million miles before landing in the forest below. It should be fine. We're already far away from Heavenly Flame City. Those people won't be monitoring here. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, where are we going next? Chapter 2987. Qing Cheng and the others also looked over. Lin Xian said, "The main group hasn't returned yet. It's not good for us to wander around outside to avoid being discovered. How about this? Let's go back to the Immortal Palace and enter seclusion. We've all obtained a lot of treasures. Why don't we take advantage of this time to consume them?" Okay, Morong Qingcheng and Shen Qingqiu nodded. They could also return to the Immortal Palace and cultivate while waiting for the people from their holy land to return. The dark red dragon took out the array platform and opened the space gate. The few of them quickly left. Inside the Immortal Palace, the array flickered. Lin Xian and the others appeared, attracting the attention of the head protector and the others. "Palace Master, why are you back?" They were extremely shocked, because they were also paying attention to Sky, Flame City, but no one came out. Lin Xian said, "It's a long story. First, seal the news and don't let anyone know that we came out." Yes, the head protector quickly went to seal the news. Lin Xian brought Morong Qingcheng and the others into the Star Palace. Everyone went into seclusion. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his body to its peak state. He took out the 9-layered pagoda. There was a red pill floating in the air inside. Just by smelling the pill's fragrance, Lin Xian felt refreshed. The blood in his body boiled, as if his strength had increased. It was indeed an immortal pill. He was wild with joy. Gulp. He decisively swallowed it. A violent energy erupted. Lin Xian closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal. On the other side, the dark red dragon, the snow-white monkey, Morong Qingcheng, and Shen Jingqiu also swallowed the treasures they obtained. Everyone went into seclusion. 1 month, 2 months. At the beginning of the 3rd month, Sky Flame City emitted a terrifying energy that forcefully teleported everyone out. Its terrifying figure slowly disappeared into the void. Sky Flame City disappeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone sighed. They didn't know when they would be able to explore Heavenly Flame City again. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely excited. They sent out a dozen Archean kings to bring Wamuzhen and the others back. The nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same, sending out a large number of experts. Leaf Daudenier, Dustless, Alcade, the Grand Summer Photon, and the others all emerged. Their auras were much stronger than before. Clearly, these people had obtained their own fortuitous encounters in Heavenly Flame City. That was especially true of Leaf Daudenier. Clenching his fists, he called out to the Yi clan experts. This time, he had indeed encountered a great opportunity. "Brother Gu, Brother No Flower, Brother Xia, I'll be leaving first." Yi Wudao waved at Gu Santong and the others, then left with the Yi clan cultivators. "Let's go." Gu Santong and the rest took a deep breath. They had all gained a lot, and now it was time to go back and digest it. The various elders of the great sage lands came to provide support. People from Immortal Palace, Peacock, and the others also appeared. People from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also appeared. However, they were extremely nervous. because they didn't know how Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were doing. Had they come out? Among them, Invincible King from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also frowned after asking. They didn't see Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu in the sky, which made them extremely worried. Whoosh! The Great Guardian flew over and quickly transmitted a message to the two of them, telling them not to worry. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter were in seclusion in Immortal Palace and would probably come out after a while. Hearing this, the people from Jade Lake and Purple Afterglow Holy Land were stunned at first. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew about the relationship between Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Lin Xian. The Great Guardian couldn't be wrong. Great Guardian, please inform us when the Holy Maiden comes out of seclusion. They left with the geniuses of the Holy Land. The Great Guardian brought Peacock and the others back to Immortal Palace. Everyone was taken away, and the sky was clear again. Fire Kylan Cave. At this moment, however, the atmosphere was heavy. Fire Kylan Crown Prince's face darkened when he learned that Huamuzhen had only obtained 1/6 of the heavenly flame. When he learned that the Great Void Divine Furnace had been taken away by a mysterious person, he was even more furious. Trash. A bunch of trash. The Qilin Crown Prince roared, and the entire Fire Kylan Cave shook. Those invincible kings were trembling, and they didn't dare to speak. Did you get the Qilin Eye? The Qilin Crown Prince asked in a deep voice. Huamuzhen and the others knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "We have the Qilin Eye." Hearing this, the Taiga kings heaved a sigh of relief, and the Qilin Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. As for you, the Qilin Crown Prince looked at Huamuzhen, and Huamuzhen trembled. Although he was the seventh lord, and his bloodline power was strong, he was like an ant in front of the Qilin Crown Prince. He couldn't resist the bloodline power of the Qilin Crown Prince. Even the blood in his body had solidified. This was the power of the Crown Prince, and his bloodline power was terrifying. In the entire world, only a few other crown princes and princesses could go against him. Other than them, no one could go against him. Reporting to the Crown Prince, Lin Xian also disappeared with the Void Divine Furnace. We don't know if he's dead or alive, and I suspect that he has something to do with the disappearance of the Great Void Divine Furnace. What? Lin Xian? The Qilin Crown Prince frowned. It wasn't the first time he heard this name. Lin Xian was arrogant, but he didn't think that Lin Xian had the power to get the Great Void Divine Furnace. According to Huamuzhen, even Yen Nantian, the successor of the Great Emperor, couldn't get it. How could Lin Xian do it? At this moment, the Primordial King said, reporting to the Crown Prince, "We didn't find any trace of Lin Xian outside Skyfire City. He was either killed or he had something to do with the Great Void Divine Furnace." That kid didn't come out? The Qilin Crown Prince's eyes flickered, and he looked at Huamuzhen again. "All right, you'll be in charge of this. This is a good chance for you to atone for your mistakes. You have to seize it." "Don't worry, Crown Prince. I'll definitely find that kid." Huamuzhen nodded quickly. After handing over 1/6 of the heavenly flame and the Qilin Eye, Huamuzhen immediately left the Fire Qilin Cave with his men. They headed to the Immortal Palace. They wanted to confirm whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. If Lin Xian was dead, then this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if he was still alive, he definitely knew the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was alive, they would capture him at all costs. The group of people arrived outside the Immortal Palace and shouted for Lin Xian to come out. After the Immortal Palace's guardian heard this, he frowned and reported. There was no need to reply to them. If they dared to attack, activate the formation and beat them out. Although the Great Guardian didn't know what had happened, he knew that Lin Xian and the others might have obtained some kind of treasure, which provoked the Fire Qilin Cave to hunt them down. After all, Lin Xian and the others came out 2 months in advance. Furthermore, Lin Xian didn't look frustrated at all. Instead, he looked excited. It was obvious that he had obtained a treasure. Therefore, the Great Guardian had to ensure the safety of Lin Xian and the others. After the Guardian received the order, he immediately returned. Chapter 2988. You're courting death. Attack. Tear apart their array formation. Huamuzhen went crazy. The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave behind him quickly attacked. A sea of fire fell from the sky, sizzling as it pierced through the void. The terrifying power surged forward like an avalanche. Huamuzhen attacked even more fiercely. Boom! Millions of fire Qilins roared and surged. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. Stubborn! Activate the array formation. The guardians of Immortal Palace also shouted coldly. They quickly controlled the array disk. Immediately, a peerless array formation erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. Streaks of murderous sword light soared into the sky, slashing in all directions with mountain-like pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The people of Fire Qilin Cave were indeed terrifying. However, Immortal Palace's protective array was even more terrifying. In the end, the prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave were forced to retreat, and the sea of fire in the sky was torn apart. A few other prodigies were pierced by the peerless killing intent, and their blood dyed the sky red. Huamuzhen's arm was numb, and he was trembling with anger. Damn it, I don't believe that you won't come out. They gritted their teeth and waited outside Immortal Palace. This wait lasted for half a month. However, there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. 7th generation. Should we continue waiting? The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave had lost their patience. Huamuzhen's face was gloomy. He reckoned that they could not continue waiting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, they would not be able to wait there. Huamuzhen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Follow me." The group of people soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. 7th generation, should we go back? But what about the Crown Prince? The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave were worried. Huamuzhen laughed sinisterly. Let's not go back first. I'll think of a way to get that kid out. Get him out? Everyone was puzzled. They had forcefully attacked Immortal Palace, but they could not get that kid out. What else could they do? Soon, they understood. They even revealed sinister smiles. As expected of the 7th generation, his method was indeed mysterious. It turned out that Huamuzhen had gone directly to the human city and began to spread the news that Lin Xian had died in Heavenly Fire City. At first, everyone did not believe it. Who was Lin Xian? That was Central Emperor. He was the top genius of the younger generation of the human clan. How could anything happen to him? However, the more this news spread, the more it became. It was even described in vivid and colorful ways, causing everyone to be suspicious. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? It was said that he was mercilessly killed by the formation while trying to snatch a peerless treasure. That's not right. Why did I hear that he was instantly killed by a mysterious expert? In short, that kid was really dead. That's right. I remember that outside Sky Flame City, I didn't see that kid. Many geniuses from the sacred grounds spoke. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, ever since they entered Heaven Flame City, they had never seen Lin Xian's figure again. This was really suspicious. After all, they had seen Yi Wudao and the other human geniuses. However, Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had really fallen? This news quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked. After all, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. He was the top genius of the human clan, the hope of the human clan. Now that he had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. When Gu Santong No Flower and the others heard this, they were speechless. They went to find Yi Wudao. However, Yi Wudao was in seclusion and could not see him for the time being. What's going on? Let's ask Immortal Palace first. The two of them went to Immortal Palace, but the protective formation was activated. They did not see Lin Xian either. This made them even more confused. Could it be that Huomuzhen was telling the truth? Many sacred grounds and sects asked Immortal Palace to investigate Lin Xian's situation. However, they were all blocked by the head enforcer. The matter outside was in an uproar. Those from Immortal Palace were also discussing it. Peacock and the others were also worried. The head enforcer's face was gloomy. What were these people from Fire Qilin Cave doing? It seemed that the thinking brush was forcing Lin Xian to appear. What were they planning? Could it be that the palace master had really obtained a peerless treasure? The head enforcer did not know. He did not plan to take the initiative to deal with this matter, because he really did not know what Fire Qilin Cave was planning. Everything would wait until Lin Xian came out of seclusion. Immortal Palace activated the peerless formation and did not see him. The head enforcer was silent. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? News spread one after another. They wanted to go to Immortal Palace to confirm it, but Immortal Palace was silent. Didn't that mean that what Huomuzhen and the others said was true? This news seemed to have pierced through the sky and quickly spread to the entire world. In an instant, everyone was discussing this matter. Humph! After Huomuzhen received the news, he sneered. Kid, let's see what you're going to do this time. If the other party was still alive, he would definitely come out. If the other party did not come out, it meant that he had really been killed. He only needed to wait patiently. The people of Divine Emperor Ridge and Nest of 10,000 Dragons also received the news. The 10,000 ancient races were also discussing that Lin Xian couldn't have really been killed, right? It was possible that Immortal Palace wouldn't even respond. Haha, that's really good. That kid is going against the 10,000 ancient races. He's dead for sure now. The 10,000 ancient races were excited, but the people of Divine Emperor Ridge and Nest of 10,000 Dragons frowned, especially the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. They had entered that mysterious cave. They naturally knew that Lin Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Huomuzhen really thought that Lin Xian's disappearance was related to the disappearance of the Void Divine Furnace? No idea. Forget it. Since Huomuzhen had set up this trap, they would just wait patiently. If that kid really came out, there might really be a connection. Feng Yinxue sneered. They were all watching silently. At the same time, Yan Nantian and Zhan Wushuang were also secretly watching the world's movements. The outside world was in an uproar, but inside Immortal Palace and Stellar Hall, it was abnormally quiet. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Along with his awakening, a huge vortex appeared above Stellar Hall. Countless thunderbolts descended. Lin Xian let out a long roar and rushed out. What was going on? Countless elders rushed over. The martial artists of Immortal Palace also looked up at the sky. The thunder in the sky was too terrifying. It was densely packed, as if it was going to destroy Immortal Palace. Heavens, could it be that someone is attacking us? This is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is breaking through. Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Chief Protector Li Xuanxian and the others were the first to appear in the sky. Palace Master, they naturally saw Lin Xian's figure. Don't be nervous. I'm breaking through. Defend the other buildings and the martial artists of Immortal Palace, Lin Xian said, and then disappeared into the void in an instant. The Palace Master is breaking through. Heavens, what realm is he breaking through to? Is there a heavenly tribulation at this time? Now, other than the snow-white little marquis, whose realm was unknown, Lin Xian and the other 3 had all broken through to the invincible king realm. 4 invincible kings, and all of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others were dumbfounded. The elders were even more dumbfounded. They could be considered experienced and knowledgeable peerless experts, but this was the first time they had seen so many monsters transcending the tribulation together. This was truly a golden age. There were many geniuses and monsters. This time, the path of the great emperor would be even more difficult. Li Xuanxian sighed. The great guardian came back to his senses and told Lin Xian about what had happened in the past few days. Lin Xian sneered after hearing it. This Huamujian really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to spread the rumor that he had died in Sky Flame City. Let's go and meet him. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the immortal palace with the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the snow-white little monkey. Before he broke through to the invincible king realm, he was already able to compete with those people. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased greatly. Those people were no longer his match. According to the information provided by the great guardian, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew into the distance. While Lin Xian and the others were looking for Huamujian, some heavenly tribulations also descended in other places. Yi family, the golden thunder descended, as if it was going to destroy the world, causing the elders and disciples of the Yi family to tremble. The Yi family patriarch's eyes flickered. Was he finally going to transcend the tribulation? And it was the golden thunder. This thunder was too terrifying. It could easily kill an ordinary invincible king. Would Wu Dao be able to withstand it? According to some old ancestors and saints in the family, the path of the great emperor was about to open. If Wu Dao could break through to the invincible king realm before it opened, it would definitely be a great thing. Half a day later, Yi Wu Dao came out. Her sacred blood surged, and her sacred body was like the sun, making it difficult for people to look at her directly. And the aura on her body shocked the elders. Invincible king realm. Their sacred bodies had finally broken through to the invincible king realm. On the other side, the Alcade Saint Wuchen and some other powerful young geniuses were all transcending the tribulation, trying to break through to the invincible king realm. Those sacred leaders and sect masters knew that a golden age was about to descend. In the sky, a few streams of light streaked across, extremely powerful. They brought with them invisible waves of air that surged in all directions. Who was it? So powerful. When they passed by some cities, many people exclaimed. The older generation raised their heads and used their eye techniques to observe. They were scared out of their wits. That kid came out. Wasn't he dead? Elder, who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Grandpa, what did you see? The young disciples asked. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had come out. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that dead kid? Those young disciples were dumbfounded. Lin Xian and the others passed by domineeringly. They didn't take the black earth, but flew directly in the air, bringing with them powerful air waves. After all, Lin Xian came out this time to dispel the rumors. He wanted to prove to everyone that he didn't die in Skyfire City. Therefore, he naturally had to be more domineering. Sure enough, when they passed by the cities, the experts in the cities all checked and were scared out of their wits. News spread from these cities. Lin Xian didn't die. Lin Xian had appeared. Golden Universe City. At this moment, the city was excited. They received news from their friends, fellow disciples, and even their families. One by one, they screamed. Lin Xian didn't die. Heavens, someone saw Lin Xian come out. He had already flown past a good city. Chapter 2990. There was a magnificent hall in the city, and no one dared to enter it. That was where the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto were. At that moment, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto rushed in. Seventh generation. This is bad. He rushed in. Inside the hall, Huomuzhen opened his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lin Xian, that Lin Xian came out. Many people saw him. What did you say? Huomuzhen suddenly stood up. The flames on his body surged into the sky, piercing through the void. You said that kid came out? Damn it, he's still alive. Huomuzhen burst out with a piercing cold light. Where is he? Bring me there. His figure flashed, and he left the hall. The other prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also followed. This kid is actually alive. Could it be that he's related to the Void Divine Furnace? He must have contacted a super sage and stolen the Void Divine Furnace. Kill him, no, capture him, and bring him back to the Fire Qilin Grotto. We must make him hand over the Void Divine Furnace. We must tear this kid into pieces. The prodigies were driven mad. Huomuzhen was even more murderous as he took the lead. After coming out, his gaze swept across the surroundings. With a suction force from his palm, 7 or 8 human warriors were instantly sucked in front of him. What are you trying to do? The warriors of the human race trembled in fear. How powerful was Huomuzhen? The 7th generation. It was said that his ancient power was at 50,000. It was very easy for such a person to kill an invincible king, let alone them. Huomuzhen did not waste any time and directly collected their souls. Instantly, the bodies of these human warriors exploded. Their souls were distorted and dissipated in midair. Huomuzhen did not care about this. He retracted his palm and burned the corpses to ashes. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, you can't escape. Boom. He soared into the sky and tore through the void. Behind him, countless prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto followed. The other warriors in the city trembled. The other party's methods were too powerful. Even the invincible king's faces turned pale. Damn it, this demon is finally gone. Many young warriors lay on the ground, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. However, the invincible kings and the older generation powerhouses had solemn expressions. He was searching her soul. What was he searching for? Damn it, he was collecting information on Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to attack Lin Xian? Let's go, let's follow them and take a look. These people soared into the air, and at the same time, they quickly sent messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and family clans. After all, the 7th generation, Lord of the Fire Qilin Cave, wanted to make a move against Lin Xian. This was a world-shaking event. The last time such an earth-shattering battle occurred was when Lin Xian fought against the 10th generation Bai Qianshan. At that time, Bai Qianshan was only a 10th generation Bai Qianshan. The heavens chosen from the human clan were so oppressive that they could hardly breathe. Now, the 7th generation of the Fire Qilin Cave had appeared. This was a terrifying existence that was many times more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. If such a person wanted to target Lin Xian, would Lin Xian still be able to survive? These people didn't know. They began to worry about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian shouldn't have appeared. They didn't expect that the rumors of his death had just been broken, and now he was facing the pursuit of a top heavens chosen from the Archean era. It would be difficult for him to resist. That was for sure. Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan a few months ago. At that time, he had won with great difficulty. Bai Qianshan had 38,000 Archean era power, while Lin Xian had 40,000 at most. However, Huomuzhen had a conservative estimate of 50,000 Archean era power. There was a difference of 10,000 Archean era power between the two sides. This was a gap between heaven and earth. Huomuzhen could probably easily kill Lin Xian. Damn it, was the Fire Qilin Caves chosen so powerful? Were the 10,000 ancient races so terrifying? Could it be that the human clan really couldn't resist them? It was difficult. After all, they were the descendants of the great emperors. Moreover, they had been passed down since ancient times. Sighs and shakes of heads could be heard. They sped up and quickly followed. At this moment, the cultivators in the other cities also received the news. Many people soared into the sky, wanting to witness this battle. It was even more so for the 10,000 ancient races. Among them, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also received the news. It was the same for the Battle Tribe and the Heavenly Human Tribe. In an instant, these Archean eras chosen moved out one after another. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Zhan Wushuang, and the others arrived in a domineering manner. They absolutely would not allow the Fire Qilin Cave to go to Lin Xian alone. Lin Xian might very well have the secret of the void, divine furnace. They naturally wanted a share of the loot. This kid's strength is about the same as mine. However, if we are serious and use our trump cards, we can definitely kill this kid. Moreover, if we join forces this time, that kid won't be able to escape. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others discussed. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. I must take revenge. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian due to carelessness. This time, he would use his ultimate trump card to kill his opponent. The mountains were like dragons, majestic and spectacular. In the sky, Lin Xian and the others were flying rapidly. Suddenly, he frowned and waved his hand to stop. What's wrong? Big brother Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingcheng, and the others were puzzled. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. Damn it, no one is coming, right? That's right. They didn't expect to come so quickly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that these people had been paying attention to him. Great. Is it those people from the Fire Qilin Cave? Great. I can't help but want to make a move. The dark red divine dragon grinned. He had already broken through to the invincible king realm, and his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Not to mention him, Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were the same. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. This kid's primordial power was probably so terrifying that it was unbelievable. As expected, Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also eager to give it a try. Then, let's wait for them here. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Not long after, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front, and a monstrous wave of fire surged over. There were even terrifying roars. Countless beasts prostrated on the ground below. A large area of the forest trembled, and large cracks appeared in the void and the ground. What a terrifying scene! If it were before, Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu would definitely be moved, and their expressions would change drastically. But now, they were also incomparably calm, because their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian looked at this scene calmly. He was expressionless. At the same time, he sensed that there were countless auras flying over not only in front of him, but also in all directions. They should be other people. Sure enough, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not dare to approach at all, and could only watch from afar. However, with their strength, they could see clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. If a great battle broke out, they could even use the array formation and retreat 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. However, in their opinion, there was no need to use the array formation at all, because Lin Xian and the others were no match for Huomuzhen at all. In fact, they couldn't even withstand a single move from Huomuzhen. Was that really Lin Xian? Chapter 2991. Even the dragon beside him was there, as well as Saint Lady Zixia and the Jade Lake Saint. Everyone exclaimed. This time, these two peerless beauties would probably suffer together with this kid. Who would have thought that the top genius of the human race would be hunted down by the 7th generation lord, perhaps Saint Lady Xia, and the Jade Lake Saint would not have thought of that. This was fate. In this era, one must not provoke the 10,000 Archean races, especially the 3 Archean royal families. They were supreme existences. Even the clan of the ancients did not dare to provoke them easily. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They thought that Lin Xian would not be able to escape today. Huomuzhen and the others appeared in front of him. They stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, it's really you." Huomuzhen's expression was ferocious, and the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses behind him laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, kid. I didn't expect you to really appear. You're still alive. The heavens are really helping me. Kneel down obediently, and tell me, did you steal the Void Divine Furnace with the saints?" Angry roars sounded one after another. When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. Void Divine Furnace. What was that? From the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to have obtained something incredible in Skyfire City. No wonder the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses were chasing after him. "Kid, tell me obediently, where is the Void Divine Path? Hand it over obediently. I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. And the dragon beside you, as well as these 2 women, none of them will live. If I tell you the whereabouts of the Void Divine Furnace, you'll give me a quick death?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, "That's right, kid. As long as you hand it over obediently, I promise to give you a quick death. I can even consider letting the 2 women beside you go." Huomuzhen revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, the other party must be afraid. In fact, thinking about it, the Fire Qilin Cave was so powerful, no matter how strong the other party was. How could the Immortal Palace contend against them? "If you tell me, I can protect your life and spare your life." At this moment, another cold voice came from the sky, followed by countless dragon roars. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons had arrived. Huomuzhen's face turned gloomy. "Damn it, these guys just won't leave." The Fire Dragon King descended and stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, I guarantee that you will not die. You're actually here too? Today is really a good day." On the other side, a delicate laugh sounded. The void around Murong Qingqing shattered, as she was enveloped by a powerful force. Everyone was in an uproar and trembled. How could someone target Murong Qingqing? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people from Divine Phoenix Ridge had arrived. As expected, Feng Yingxue led the people of the Divine Phoenix Ridge and arrived in an imposing manner. Feng Yingxue stared at Murong Qingqing with her beautiful eyes. Her body could not help but tremble. That was a sign of excitement. Murong Qingqing's face was cold as she coldly snorted. Boundless multicolored light blossomed from her body, forming an illusion of a phoenix to block the sealing power. "Stop struggling. You can't escape from my grasp. I must take you away today. Brat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Just nice. I will kill you personally this time." Another powerful aura descended, causing everyone's scalp to tingle. Zhan Wushuang, the #1 genius of the war tribe. He actually came out too. Everyone was terrified. They knew that Zhan Wushuang and Lin Xian were enemies. It seemed that Zhan Wushuang was going to make a move this time. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. "Loser! You're not worthy to be my opponent." "What, loser?" Everyone was stunned. Heavens, this Lin Xian really dared to say that. That's right. How terrifying is Zhan Wushuang? He should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fire Dragon King and the 7th generation Lord. But this Lin Xian actually said that he's a loser? Is he dreaming? The older generation experts also had looks of disbelief on their faces. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. "Brat, don't be arrogant. I was careless the last time. That's why you succeeded. This time, I will definitely not lose to you." As he spoke, An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. A domineering aura erupted. When those words entered the ears of the others, it was like a clap of thunder. Zhan Wushuang was really defeated by Lin Xian. How strong is this brat? As expected of the Central Emperor. He's really too strong. Has he already displayed such strength? If he becomes a sage, he'll definitely be heaven-defying. Don't say that. Don't forget how terrifying the great success divine body was back then, that was able to defeat the 10,000 Archean tribes. Everyone recalled the scene where Lin Xian entered the great success divine body and fought against the 10,000 Archean tribes alone. Just thinking about it made them excited. A bunch of trash. What great success divine body. It's so difficult to attain a great success divine body. How could this brat succeed? Even if he has the 9-yang divine body, he's still trash if he can't grow. King Zhan Wushuang looked around, his gaze piercing through the void. The surrounding experts were so frightened that they trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Seeing that Zhan Wushuang and Feng Yingxue were about to attack, Huomuzhen shouted coldly, "Stop. Fire Qilin Cave will handle this." He stood out directly, his body emitting a cold aura. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently accept your death, or be captured by me and tortured until you wish you were dead." Lin Xian was an important witness. He wouldn't let such a person fall into the hands of the divine Phoenix Ridge or the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had to make the first move. Lin Xian looked at the other party and grinned with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Damn you, what are you laughing at?" Huomuzhen's face immediately darkened. "How dare you laugh at me when I'm about to die?" Lin Xian said with a smile, "I'm thinking, is Qilin meat delicious? I haven't tried it yet." "You're courting death." Huomuzhen was instantly enraged. "You want to eat my meat? You're courting death." "Brat, don't think that just because you can defeat Zhan Wushuang, you can show off in front of me. Let me tell you, my strength has surpassed Zhan Wushuang. It's very easy to kill you." Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. The kings of the human race trembled. Indeed, Huomuzhen had such strength that he could look down on Lin Xian. Buzz. Qilin finger. Huomuzhen put one hand behind his back and extended the other. On the tip of his finger, endless runes condensed to form a qilin. Accompanying his finger, it pointed forward. "I can kill you with one finger." Qilin finger. The Qilin cave's great ability was extremely terrifying. With the point of his finger, the heavens and earth would collapse, and the sun and moon would lose their light. The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled, and many of them knelt down. It was too terrifying. It could easily kill an invincible king. He wondered if Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. He probably couldn't block it and could only survive by dodging. Chapter 2992. He was no longer the same person he was a few months ago. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Since the other party was so arrogant and courting death, he would fulfill his wish. A piercing cold light burst out from his eyes as endless flames condensed at his fingertips and turned into a sword chi that shot into the sky. The sword chi was sharp and oppressive as it tore through the void with a terrifying dragon soul aura. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the Qilin phantom was split apart by the sword, and the flames in the sky were extinguished by the sword chi. The terrifying sword Dao aura blew on Huomuzhen's body, causing his entire body to turn cold. Damn it, this was impossible. Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. How could the other party's sword chi be so powerful? How could it break his Qilin finger? He could not believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the sword slashed directly on his body. Splat. Blood splattered out. Bang, bang, bang. Huomuzhen flew out 30,000 miles before stopping. There was a sword mark on his body that had almost split his body apart. Even his internal organs could be seen, if not for the fact that Huomuzhen was the fire spirit grotto's sky pride and had a strong physique. He reckoned that this sword strike would be able to split him in half. How was this possible? Huomuzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, the other party was only able to contend with Zhan Wushuang, but his strength was completely above Zhan Wushuang's. It would be very easy for him to kill the other party. That was why he dared to crush the other party with one finger. But now, the other party's casual sword light had broken his Qilin finger. Not only that, but he had also injured him. Could it be that the other party had hidden his strength when he was fighting with Zhan Wushuang? But that was impossible. He could not believe it. For a moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone around was also stunned. The sky prides of the Fire Qilin Grotto widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinshue's pupils constricted. Zhan Wushuang's body trembled as shock filled his heart. This was impossible, he screamed. The surrounding humans and 10,000 Archean race spectators were all stunned. Lin Xian's sword had injured Huomuzhen. What kind of joke was this? This is your strength? You want to kill me with this kind of strength? You want me to live a life worse than death? Isn't this a little too laughable? Lin Xian withdrew his sword radiance and said indifferently, "Damn brat, you're courting death." Huomuzhen roared and charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the flames on his body were monstrous. He was angry, really angry. He would never let the other party off. Wang. Above his head, the bronze pagoda appeared. Its aura was majestic, and it transformed into countless runes that formed a divine chain that swept towards Lin Xian. Should we use our weapons? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he drew his Fire Qilin sword and slashed out. Boom, boom. As soon as the sword light appeared, countless divine chains were immediately shattered. However, this bronze pagoda was not ordinary. The runes on it were carved by a saint. At this moment, as it flickered, it truly possessed earth-shattering energy. Although many of the divine runic chains were broken, even more of them flew out and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Huomuzhen sneered when he saw that it had enveloped Lin Xian. Those from the Fire Qilin cave heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could Lin Xian defeat their 7th-generation lord? The 7th-generation lord must have underestimated Lin Xian. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinshue, Zhan Wushuang, and the surrounding experts of the immemorial celestial race looked solemn. I've been an invincible king for a long time. With my blood running through your veins, you can go to hell. Huomuzhen roared crazily. The other party's strength and talent were indeed beyond his imagination. Therefore, he planned to destroy the other party's physical body and take away the other party's soul. He would not give the other party a chance to grow. Just as Huomuzhen made his move, Feng Yinshue also yelled and attacked Murong Qingcheng unexpectedly. She knew that she had to attack. Otherwise, when Lin Xian was free, she would not be able to attack Murong Qingcheng. Chapter 2993. Murong Qingcheng shouted. Instead of dodging, she charged forward. She was now an invincible king, and her strength had increased greatly. The power of the 5-colored phoenix bloodline in her body had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she was not afraid even when facing a powerful 9th-generation genius like Feng Yinshue. Hee, I'll play with you. The dark red divine dragon stared at the Fire Dragon King and revealed a sinister smile. He had long wanted to attack. The Fire Dragon King snorted. You're not my match. I'll capture you and take your soul to see where you're from. Another 2 battles erupted, sweeping across millions of miles, scaring everyone into retreating frantically. Many experts watched from a distance using arrays. Huamuzhen revealed a sinister smile. Your woman has been captured by the divine Phoenix Ridge. Aren't you worried at all? He was too happy. Feng Yinxue was now Morong Qingqing's opponent, and he could definitely affect this kid in front of him. As long as this kid was distracted, he would have a chance to kill him. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian did not care at all. My woman is not so easy to capture. Now, you'd better think about your own safety, because you've completely angered me. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a terrifying aura erupted again. How dare you look down on me? Huamuzhen roared. After using the power of his bloodline, his strength was extremely powerful. He activated the bronze pagoda and flew out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the fire Qilin sword and activated the great dragon sword soul, multiplying its power. With one slash, the bronze pagoda was sent flying. Buzz! He clenched his left fist and turned it into a golden crow. The void exploded, and Huamuzhen was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. Impossible! He screamed, crazily. How could his opponent be so powerful? He had completely suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. The people of the Fire Qilin cave screamed. Their 7th-generation master was injured. His body was shattered by his opponent. Heavens! This was a fact that they dared not accept even in their dreams. Their lord of the 7th generation was so powerful that he was invincible among the human race. But now he was actually injured by an ant in their eyes. This was unacceptable to them. Damn it, how could this brat be so strong? Zhan Wushuang's body started to tremble, and his face was filled with shock. Previously, when he came, he still wanted to take revenge. But now he hesitated, because he realized that the other party had become very strong, unbelievably strong. He knew how powerful Huamuzhen was. Even he didn't have the confidence to win against him. But now he had easily injured Huamuzhen. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if he were to be beaten by such strength. However, this shouldn't be the case. The last time he had fought with him was a few months ago. Although the other party had defeated him, he could tell that the other party had used his full strength. How could the other party's strength increase so quickly? What had she experienced in the past few months? Damn it, he didn't believe that someone could undergo such a tremendous change in strength in such a short period of time, unless he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. But he had been with the other party in Sky Flame City. In that mysterious cave, he had only obtained 1/6 of the Sky Flame, and the other party didn't seem to have obtained anything. Wait, no, the other party had mysteriously disappeared. The Void Divine Furnace had also mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that the other party had really obtained the Void Divine Furnace? Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's scalp went numb, and his eyes turned red. Yen Nantian had once forcefully opened the Void Divine Furnace, although they didn't see how many treasures were inside. However, when a red elixir floated up, it caused everyone to scream in surprise. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the Void Divine Furnace. If the other party had obtained it, perhaps his strength would really undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. It seemed that he had to make a move. With a whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged toward Lin Xian. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. With a sinister smile, Zhan Wushuang pulled out a battle sword and directly slashed at Lin Xian's head. The sword light flashed and emitted a terrifying aura. Oh no, it was a sneak attack. The surrounding people screamed in horror. Even the 10,000 Archean race was stunned. Then they laughed sinisterly. It seemed that this kid had offended a lot of people. Who would have thought that he would cause Zhang Wushuang to launch a sneak attack. So what? This kid is dead meat. Damn it. So despicable. The #1 genius of the war tribe actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Xian's supporters roared crazily. Zhang Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The other party was too powerful. He had to kill the other party at all costs and obtain the secret of the void, divine furnace. Humph! Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He naturally felt the peerless killing intent coming from behind him. When he felt that Zhang Wushuang had secretly attacked him, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body flickered and exploded in all directions. It turned into streaks of sword light that were like heavenly swords that drowned the entire space. Clang! The peerless sword light blocked Zhang Wushuang's battle sword and let out an earth-shattering sound. Zhang Wushuang was extremely shocked. The other party did not move. Just the sword qi that was emitted from his body had such terrifying power. Even his arm was numb. This made the killing intent in his heart even more intense. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you can go to hell. Zhang Wushuang sneered. On the battle sword, mysterious and terrifying runes burst out and swept across heaven and earth. Lin Xian turned around and shouted coldly, "You think you can kill me with your trash abilities? Trash who launched a sneak attack. Go to hell." He shouted coldly and pulled out the fire Qilin sword. The dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. With a slash of the sword, Zhang Wushuang was sent flying with a bang. The arm that was holding the battle sword was smashed into pieces and exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! Zhang Wushuang screamed crazily. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes shot out terrifying rays of light. Shocking! He could not believe that the other party had seriously injured him with a single attack. What kind of power was that? Huomuzhen attack together and take him down. Zhang Wushuang's arm reassembled, and he held the battle sword again. He roared crazily. On the other side, the cracks on Huomuzhen's body were quickly healing as his bloodline power exploded. Although 2 against 1 was despicable in his eyes, he had no other choice now. His opponent's strength was far beyond his. If they did not team up, he would be killed. This kid must have the secret of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Perhaps he had eaten the elixir from the Great Void Divine Furnace. That was why his strength had such a shocking change. We must capture him and find out the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace, Zhang Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 2994. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue roared. They would not let the 2 of them succeed. However, the 2 of them could not leave at all. The dark red divine dragon entangled the Fire Dragon King. On the other side, Feng Yinxue was even more shocked. She realized that she could not take down Murong Qingcheng in a short period of time. This really surprised her. Murong Qingcheng, the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, was also a genius of the human race. However, in her eyes, she was like an ant. Although the other party had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline, she did not know how to use it at all. She only knew how to use brute force and did not have any cultivation techniques at all. Such a bloodline was a waste in the other party's hands. The other party had at most 30,000 Archean power, but she had 50,000. If she wanted to kill the other party, she could do it in one move. However, after hundreds of moves, she could not do anything to the other party. Damn it! How did the other party's strength change so much? She did not dare to imagine. In front, Lin Xian looked at Huomuzhen and Zhang Wushuang, still not afraid. He said coldly, "Are the 2 of you really going to join forces to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless." "You want us to get lost? Ha 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 ha, kid. Who do you think you are? I admit that you've become very strong. In a one-on-one fight, we might not be your match. But if we join forces, you won't be able to fight against us at all. Huomuzhen's face was hideous, and Zhan Wushuang's face was cold. Hand over the void divine furnace obediently, or I'll tear you into pieces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the aura on his body erupted, transforming into divine swords that shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura made everyone's expression change. Countless Archean creatures prostrated on the ground. You're courting death. Huomuzhen shouted coldly and pulled out a flag. The Qilin flag moved in the air, and the wind and clouds changed. Kill. Zhan Wushuang held his battle sword, and his killing intent surged. The two of them joined forces, and their power was terrifying to the extreme. He waved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, which transformed into a flaming sword radiance that descended from the sky. It was as if 100,000 flaming mountains were crashing down. With a loud bang, the Qilin phantoms that filled the sky were blown away. At the same time, he waved his fist and used the Nine Suns' divine fist to attack behind him, causing the battle sword to tremble nonstop. The three of them exchanged more than 50 moves in an instant. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 li crumbled, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone left. Damn it, this brat is actually so terrifying. Huomuzhen's face darkened. He realized that even with the two of them working together, they were still unable to take down the other party. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Qilin flag. Whoa! The banner was surrounded by a boundless blood-red light, burning and releasing an even more terrifying baleful aura. The Kirin flag transformed into a blood Kirin in the air. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was a powerful killing move. It was extremely terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Behind him, Zhan Wushuang let out a long cry. His bloodline power was also activated. Dazzling runes burst out from the sword in his hand. They turned into streaks of divine light that slashed forward. He slashed out 81 times in a row. The 81 streaks of sword qi formed a sea of sword qi that engulfed Lin Xian. The two killing moves erupted at the same time. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dangerous situation. Oh no, that brat is finished. He won't be destroyed, right? In the distance, thousands of miles away, the cultivators who were watching through the formation screamed in horror. The people from the 10,000 Archean races sneered. Who does he think he is? Can he really defy the heavens? Today will be the day of his death. With a loud bang, the energy in front of them exploded. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 li was almost turned into nothingness. The terrifying cracks danced like wild dragons. Ha ha ha! Brat, let's see how you'll die. Huomuzhen and Zhan Wushuang looked ferocious. What? In the next moment, their expressions changed because a palm reached out from the endless void and directly tore the void apart. Lin Xian's body bloomed with divine light as he walked out. Is this your attack? It's only SOO. His 9 Suns' body emitted billions of rays of light. The fire Qilin sword in his hand turned into a peerless dragon that swept in all directions. Damn it, how strong is his physique? Could it be that his 9 Suns' divine body has become stronger again? These people were about to go crazy. Big brother Lin Xian, let me help you. In the distance, Shun Jingqiu could no longer watch. These two were too despicable. 2 against 1. Too despicable. Moreover, he had just broken through, so he naturally wanted to test his skills. Therefore, she quickly flew over. Holy Maiden Xia. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Although the other party was a human prodigy, he was still slightly inferior to these top primordial prodigies. It was more than just a little inferior. It was estimated to be 20,000 units of primordial power, A single glance from the other party would be enough to kill him. Everyone began to worry for Shen Jingqiu. Sure enough, Zhang Wushuang turned his head and stared at Shen Jingqiu with a sneer. You reckless fool! Go to hell for me! The battle sword swept out, transforming into a divine light that slashed out. He was already very unhappy because the two of them couldn't defeat Lin Xian even after joining forces. Now that the woman by Lin Xian's side had taken the initiative to court death, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Purple Qi from the east. Shen Jingqiu didn't dodge at all. Instead, she shouted and countless purple Qi spread out from her body, transforming into two large purple palms that carried a mysterious aura and slammed forward. With a boom, the sword light was sent flying. At the same time, she used her extreme speed to arrive in front of Zhang Wushuang. Big baddie, I'll beat you up. With a bang, she sent Zhang Wushuang flying. Bang! Half of Zhang Wushuang's face was deformed, and his eyes turned into panda eyes that kept bleeding. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he tore through the void and finally came to a stop. Ah, damn it, he screamed crazily. How could a little girl be so powerful? He didn't dare to imagine. The humans and primordial creatures outside were all stunned. Heavens, what's going on? How could this holy daughter Xia be so powerful? She can actually injure Zhang Wushuang with one punch. How did she do it? It's not just that. Didn't you see that Morong Qingcheng can also contend with Feng Yunxue? Screams of surprise sounded one after another. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Xian had become, the woman and the dragon beside Lin Xian had become very terrifying. What have these people experienced? The Void Divine Furnace. They must have obtained the Void Divine Furnace. Damn it! They ate the immortal pills in the Void Divine Furnace. Feng Yunxue screamed crazily. The Fire Dragon King's face was also gloomy. Huomuzhen and Zhang Wushuang's faces were even uglier. They had to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. Big brother Lin Xian, I'll help you beat this big baddie. Shen Jingqiu stared at Zhang Wushuang. Good. Lin Xian smiled and stared at Zhang Wushuang. Huomuzhen, don't you like to win with numbers? Chapter 2995. As he said that, he pulled the snow-white monkey out of the black earth. Little White was very dissatisfied. He yawned as if he did not care about the battle there. Lin Xian said with a smile, Help me beat him up, and I'll refine some supreme-grade spirit wine for you. Hearing that, the snow-white monkey became energetic. Apart from eating spirit fruits, the snow-white monkey liked to drink the spirit wine brewed by Lin Xian the most. The taste made him forget to leave. Oh, the snow-white monkey jumped out and waved his little claws. He looked at Huomuzhen with disdain. Huomuzhen was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! How dare a monkey be so arrogant in front of me? He waved the Qilin flag, which turned into a blood-colored murderous aura that swept towards the snow-white monkey. Die! You damn monkey! Any casual attack could easily kill King Invincible. However, the snow-white monkey bared his teeth and revealed a disdainful expression. His body instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Huomuzhen at extreme speed. Damn it, what speed? Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. He did not even see the other party clearly. How did the other party appear in front of him? There's something wrong with this monkey. Soon he became disdainful. Kneel down in front of me. He used the power of his bloodline. He was a member of the royal family. Moreover, he was the 7th generation of the Qilin bloodline. The other party would definitely not be able to withstand that pressure. However, this time, he was disappointed again. The terrifying pressure made the creatures millions of miles away crawl on the ground. However, the snow-white monkey in front of him bared his teeth and was not affected at all. Damn it! How is that possible? Why doesn't my pressure have any effect on him? Is he a monkey or not? Huomuzhen was about to go crazy. However, in the next moment, he fainted. The snow-white monkey slapped him on the head, and Huomuzhen immediately saw stars. He felt that he was in a special state, as if he was drunk, and his body was out of control. Damn it! Why is that damned monkey's divine power so terrifying? Huomuzhen was shocked. In the next moment, he screamed in fear. That was because a sword light was flying toward him. A sword light crossed the sky and enveloped him. With a slash, he was cut in half. This pain instantly made Huomuzhen recover. In the next moment, he screamed as if he had gone mad. The two shattered corpses quickly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Seventh generation Darren. Those prodigies of the Fire Cheelin cave had all gone mad. The other party had actually killed their seventh generation lord with a single strike. They couldn't believe it. Huomuzhen's body was barely able to fuse together. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? Hurt you? Today, I will kill you, Lin Xian shouted coldly. Together with the snow-white monkey, the two of them quickly killed their way over. That damnable brat was going too far. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Huomuzhen roared in a frenzy, but his heart was filled with fear. What was going on? The monkey beside the other party was too strange. It was not afraid of his bloodline pressure. Moreover, it could make him dizzy with a slap of its claws. How were they supposed to fight? If he were to receive another claw, he reckoned that the other party would be able to slash him in half again. Therefore, Huomuzhen decided to leave. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Although Zhan Wushuang was furious, he was actually fighting on par with Shen Jingqiu. In addition, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue were both pinned down. He had no confidence in facing Lin Xian and the white monkey alone. Therefore, in the next moment, he tore through the void and soared into the sky with the Cheelin flag, wanting to escape. What? Huomuzhen escaped. Huomuzhen actually escaped. Heavens, how was that possible? The human warriors were all stunned. Huomuzhen was so powerful that they couldn't breathe under the pressure of 50,000 Archean powers. They could only tremble in front of him. But now, such a strong person had actually escaped. The prodigies of the Fire Cheelin cave all fainted. They fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. Their seventh generation lord had escaped. Did they still dare to stay here? In the next moment, they fled one after another. Lin Xian ignored those ordinary prodigies of the Fire Cheelin cave. Instead, he locked onto Huomuzhen. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You want to escape? Can you escape? The other party was powerful and wanted to kill him. Now that he realized that he couldn't beat him, he wanted to escape. What a joke. He did not chase after him. Instead, his eyes emitted a cold light. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. With a boom, an endless flame vortex condensed in the sky, turning into a flaming golden palm that slapped down from the sky. The palm slapped Huomuzhen's body and sent him flying. With a bang, the endless void shattered. Huomuzhen was once again beaten until he vomited blood. He landed heavily on the ground, smashing hundreds of thousands of miles of land. What a terrifying divine ability! The spectators in the distance exclaimed. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, and Feng Yinxue's eyelids twitched. Ancient Chaos Hand? They remembered that move. It was Yan Nantian's divine ability. Could it be that Yan Nantian secretly killed Huomuzhen? Huomuzhen jumped up crazily. Damn Yan Nantian! How dare you trick me? However, after roaring for a long time, Yan Nantian did not appear at all. No, it's not Yan Nantian. It's you. You evolved it with the great dragon sword soul. Huomuzhen was trembling with anger. Do you think you can still escape from me? Lin Xian sneered. Huomuzhen roared. Damn brat. How dare you stop me? Don't think that you can kill me just because you can beat me. Let me tell you, you're too naive if you want to kill me. I don't want to fight with you now. If you push me too far, I'll let you know the consequences of dying together with me. Huomuzhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian sneered. Dying together with me? You think too highly of yourself. In front of me, you don't have the right to die together with me. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a dragon appeared under his feet. It carried him and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, the fire Qilin sword in his hand swung wildly. In the sky, the golden palm appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Stop! Stop! Huomuzhen was in a mess. His body was shattered again. He was really scared. He screamed crazily. Damn it, stop. I don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore. You don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore? Do you think you're qualified to take it? Lin Xian sneered. After fighting for a while, Huomuzhen screamed crazily. Stop, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have come to kill you. I'll compensate you with 2 half-step sacred artifacts. How about that? 3 half-step sacred artifacts? That's a big deal. Very well, I'll take it. However, you still have to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He did not want to let the other party go. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. When Huomuzhen heard that, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He began to burn his bloodline power and rushed forward crazily. At this moment, he directly transformed into his Qilin form and ran in all directions like a divine beast. It was too terrifying. Chapter 2996. Do you think you can fight me by burning your bloodline power? I only need 1 finger to kill you. With 1 hand behind his back, Lin Xian extended a finger with his other hand and pointed forward. It was a familiar scene. When Huomuzhen first arrived, he was so arrogant that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with 1 finger. Now Lin Xian was using the same method to kill him. It was the best counterattack. You're courting death. Who do you think you are? You want to kill me with 1 finger? Huomuzhen roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted, and the dragon sword's soul flew out. It turned into an azure dragon on his fingertip and let out a loud dragon roar. Green Dragon Finger. It was a divine ability that he had developed by imitating the Qilin finger. With a single point of his finger, it was earth-shattering. This was equivalent to sending out the great dragon sword soul. No, damn it. When Huomuzhen got closer, he realized how terrifying the finger was. His expression changed instantly, and he stopped attacking. Instead, he fled like a madman. At this moment, he burned his bloodline power with all his might. However, he fainted again with a bang. The snow-white monkey slapped him, and he was stunned in the void. Buzz! The green dragon finger pierced through his head. With a boom, Huomuzhen exploded like a watermelon. His soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was also destroyed by the finger. Boom! The headless Qilin corpse fell to the ground with an earth-shattering sound and dust. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. He's dead. The terrifying sky pride of the Fire Qilin cave, the 7th master, was killed. They could not believe it. The sky prides of the Fire Qilin cave who were running away screamed crazily when they saw this scene. 7th master. Many people rushed towards Lin Xian, but they were swept away by Lin Xian's sword. The others were scared out of their wits and knelt in the air. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. They quickly retreated with ugly expressions. Huomuzhen's death was unbelievable to them. One had to know that their strength was about the same, but if they really had to differentiate, Huomuzhen was obviously stronger than them. After all, the other party had the 7th generation Qilin bloodline, which was extremely terrifying. What about now? His opponent was actually dead. He was killed by the brat in front of him. They would never have imagined such a scene, even in their dreams. After Lin Xian killed Huomuzhen, he stared at Zhan Wushuang. Immediately, Zhan Wushuang's body trembled. Without another word, he tore open the void and fled. Peng! Lin Xian was already prepared. The golden hand in the sky descended, shattering the void and blasting Zhan Wushuang out. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhan Wushuang's mouth. His face was extremely ugly. He did not say anything because he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Even someone as strong as Huomuzhen had been killed. If he were to stay any longer, he would probably be killed as well. Therefore, he took out a scroll and wrapped it around his body. Brat, I'll kill you next time. Space-time teleportation scroll. Someone exclaimed. It was equivalent to a portable space teleportation array. The cost of making this kind of scroll was very high. Only the top clans could produce it. Trying to escape? Looking at Zhan Wushuang's body that was getting fainter, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. With a slash of the sword, it directly destroyed the power of space. With a bang, Zhan Wushuang fell out of the void. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Damn it, you can actually destroy the power of space. He screamed like a madman. In the distance, those people were also terrified. The great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. It could even destroy the illusory space teleportation. You tried to kill me time and time again because you wanted to use my name to climb up the ranks. Today, I'll end you, Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a sword light shot forward. No, Zhan Wushuang screamed crazily, but he was firmly locked in place. At the critical moment, a hazy shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was a middle-aged man. Although it was just an illusion, the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. He reached out a palm and grabbed the shocking sword. It was a soul mark. A peerless expert from the war tribe was protecting Zhan Wushuang. Someone screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. Zhan Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. Kid, let's see how you kill me this time. Before he could finish, a purple sword pierced through his heart and froze his body in midair. How dare you bully Big Brother Lin Xian? I'll kill you, you big baddie. Damn it, you. Zhan Wushuang's body trembled, and his face became extremely pale. He did not expect Shen Jingqiu to suddenly attack. He turned around with a sinister expression. I want you dead. He rushed forward like a madman. Shen Jingqiu shouted. Infinite purple lightning. She formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forward. With a boom, Zhan Wushuang's head exploded. Elder, save me. Zhan Wushuang's soul escaped from his body and flew forward. The illusory middle-aged man turned his head and stared at Shen Jingqiu with a cold light in his eyes. Shen Jingqiu summoned a purple cloud to defend herself. Clang! She was forced back, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. How dare you destroy the war tribe's unparalleled body? You deserve death. The illusory middle-aged man's eyes were extremely sharp. Lin Xian shouted coldly. It was just a soul mark. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. He activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward aggressively. You want to kill me with just you? The middle-aged man was disdainful, but in the next moment he screamed, because he realized that his soul mark was burning. Damn it, what kind of sword aura was this? He screamed in horror. Old Zhang had the great dragon sword soul, and it could annihilate everything. Great dragon sword soul. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He waved his hand and wrapped Zhan Wushuang's corpse, then carried it into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. Do you still think you can leave? In the sky, a golden hand slapped down, but it was blocked by the middle-aged man. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a god, cold and indifferent. In his eyes, countless runes formed two mysterious patterns that transformed into sharp golden blades that slashed downwards. You want to hit me with a mere eye technique? The middle-aged man sneered. But in the next moment, he was pierced by a rune blade. Zhan Wushuang's soul was also pierced. Their souls quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. Dead? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the soul mark that came out from Zhan Wushuang's forehead would be destroyed too. What exactly were those golden eyes? Everyone trembled under the gaze of those eyes. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The attack just now was a rune pattern that he had obtained in the mysterious passage. Now that it appeared, it killed both Zhan Wushuang and the war tribe's soul marks. Who else? Not only that, the war race also lost a half-saint. In an instant, this battle turned into a storm that shocked the human race's geniuses and Archean experts. Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were shocked when they heard this. After not seeing Brother Lin for a few months, had he become so powerful? Yi Wudao's eyes flickered when he heard this news. It seemed like he had also entered the realm of King. The 10,000 ancient races were silent. The 10,000 Dragon Empire and Divine Emperor Ridge's people had gloomy expressions. The Fire Qilin Cave was furious. Damn it, that useless Wumujin was truly trash. He had lost face for the Fire Qilin Cave. The Qilin Crown Prince roared, silencing everyone. The war race was even more furious. Their number one genius had been killed. Not only that, they had lost a half-saint. This was intolerable. However, what frightened them the most was that they didn't know what kind of saint had done it. Was it Xiajiao? When they thought of that old man, they were terrified. In the end, the war race's old ancestor sent a message telling the war race's saints, including the half-saints, not to act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. The reactions of all sides were different, but countless warriors were discussing this battle. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the vast mountain. When they reappeared, they found that they had returned to Immortal Palace. It seemed like it was indeed Immortal Palace's saint who had done it. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. It's really surprising. In the main hall, an old figure turned around. Seeing this person, Morong Qingshan relaxed. Shen Jingqiu was shocked and nervous. Lin Xian's expression changed. He was overjoyed. Greetings, Elder Xia. The person in front of him was Xia Jiuyou. Was it the other party's true body or a clone? Xia, Jiuyou said with a chuckle. I came to inform you of something. Outstanding Warrior Manor is about to open. If you want to walk the path of Great Emperor, you have to join Outstanding Warrior Manor first. Was the path of Great Emperor about to open? Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also stunned. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it finally about to begin? His voice was trembling. The path of Great Emperor was an extremely cruel path. Once one walked it, there was a high chance of dying inside. How many shocking geniuses had confidently walked the path of Great Emperor, but in the end, they turned into a pile of bones. And this time, it was likely to be even more dangerous. With the revival of the 10,000 ancient races, so many geniuses had appeared. One could imagine how difficult the path of Great Emperor in this era would be. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. How am I going to participate? The path of Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path, a path that had existed since a long time ago. This path is too mysterious and profound. It's not only in our true spirit world. Moreover, there are many ways to enter this path. The immemorial royal family and the remote ancient families must have their own ways. If you want to enter the path of Great Emperor, you have to enter Outstanding Warrior Manor first. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. There was a lot of information in this sentence. The path of Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path. It didn't only exist in the true spirit world. Then where else did it exist? The remote ancient families and the 10,000 ancient races were both emperor races. It seemed like the emperor races had a special way to enter. For people like them who weren't from the emperor races, entering outstanding warrior manor was a must. Then what was this outstanding warrior manor? Was it a mysterious force? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Instead, they multiplied there and built their own worlds. Our true spirit world, which is the origin planet, has too many secrets. So many that even I only know a part of it. There are still many mysteries and unknowns waiting for people to explore. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He did not expect the true spirit world to have such a mysterious position in the entire universe. At the same time, what shocked him even more was that there were so many stars in the universe. Didn't that mean there were thousands of worlds? Just the true spirit world alone had so many monstrous geniuses. How many monstrous geniuses were there in the universe? And these people were about to embark on the path to becoming a great emperor. Heavens! Lin Xian did not dare to imagine. He felt his blood boiling. At the same time, he also knew how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Not only did they have to compete with the geniuses of the true spirit world, but they also had to contend with the geniuses of the universe. How difficult was that? As for those who had become great emperors, how terrifying were they? They were probably invincible in the universe. Since you know about the myriad heavens, the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, then I can tell you. The path to becoming a great emperor is an ancient road that shuttles between the universe and the universe. You start from our true spirit world and then experience one star after another. Every time was a trial, a competition. Only by reaching the end would one be able to ascend to the peak. So that's how it is. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu suddenly understood. They had never heard of such an ancient secret. Lin Xian also clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Now, he finally understood what the path to becoming a great emperor was. Seeing Lin Xian's excited look, Xia Zhiyu spoke again. Although you are not a descendant of the monarch race, and do not have a heaven-defying bloodline, you have the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang divine body. If you master these two things, you will definitely not be weaker than the descendants of the monarch race. You can even compete with those princes and princesses. But in the end, whether or not you can become a great emperor depends on your luck. I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. The 9 yang sword saint was very powerful, but he was not a great emperor. In the end, he was even killed by a demon. And the possessor of the great dragon sword soul was already the 5th or 6th generation. However, in history, it seemed that only the 1st generation of the great dragon sword soul had become a great emperor, and the other generations did not become one. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Even those princes and princesses found it very difficult to become a great emperor. At this moment, Xia Zhiyu said, "Apart from our true spirit world, you may encounter many powerful enemies, so you must be careful. Don't worry, old Xia, I know what I'm doing." Lin Xian nodded. Xia Zhiyu added, "In addition, there is one thing I want to remind you of, because once you step on the ancient path, we don't know when we will meet again. So, I will give you a reminder." "What is it?" Lin Xian asked. Chapter 2999. Could it be that there's something special in the starry sky ancient path? Even a super sage like Elder Xia had to be careful. In the universe, in addition to our origin star, There's another place that you have to be especially careful of. You can't be careless. What place? Could it be that there's another life forbidden zone in the universe? It's not a life forbidden zone, but another star called the Big Dipper. It exists in the vast universe. Of course, it has another name that resounds throughout the starry sky ancient path. It's called the Buried Emperor's Star. Buried Emperor's Star. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Crimson Shinong shivered. Murong Qingcheng and Xin Jingqiu's eyelashes trembled. Why does this name sound so terrifying? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Buried Emperor's Star. Could it be that all the great emperors are buried there? Not all of them, but most of the extremely famous great emperors from all over the universe were hiding there. It can be said that the Big Dipper is an extremely terrifying existence. There are probably many descendants of great emperors on it. Of course, there are also many great emperors' tombs and endless mysteries. There are even many inheritances of great emperors. It can be said that it's an adventure paradise and a hiding place for geniuses. When you reach there, you have to be careful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Origin star, buried emperor's star. One is the starting point. The other is the end. It's really two very special worlds. Xia Jiu explained again, and Lin Xian noted it down one by one, because he knew that these were all precious experiences. After leaving, it would be difficult for others to tell him. After listening, Lin Xian asked, Elder Xia, what do I have to do to enter the extraordinary scholar residence? I estimate that in at most 1 or 2 months, the extraordinary scholar residence will reappear in the world. At that time, all the geniuses and talents who want to ascend the path of great emperors will participate in the extraordinary scholar residence's test. However, I don't think you need to. You're so famous and you're a top genius of the human race. I think the extraordinary scholar residence will invite you directly. You just need to wait here patiently. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. Xia Zhiyou's body became fainter and fainter. There's one more thing I have to remind you of. You don't necessarily have to enter the extraordinary warrior manor and ascend the ancient starry sky path. This is because our true spirit world has become a special place after the path to the Emperor realm opens. At that time, those geniuses and monstrous geniuses who have stepped into the Emperor realm might descend upon our true spirit world. Therefore, a portion of the geniuses chose to stay here and wait. This was also a form of training. As for what you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, Xia Zhiyou's body became fainter and fainter. In the end, he disappeared into the void. There was actually such a thing. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. What Xia Zhiyou had told him today was too shocking. It was far beyond his understanding. He came from a small island in the endless sea. At that time, he had felt that the heavenly Marshall Island was the entire world. However, when he had come to the eastern wasteland, he had realized that the Marshall Heaven world was just an island. Later on, he learned about the eastern wasteland, the western desert, and the entire true spirit world. It was too vast, far surpassing the heavenly Marshall continent. Here, in the true spirit world, there were countless sacred grounds, great sects, ancient families, and even the 10,000 ancient races. This made Lin Xian realize that there were countless geniuses and experts here. But now, Xia Zhiyou had told him that it was just a star. There were countless stars and worlds in the universe. The entire universe was even more vast and mysterious. All of this challenged Lin Xian's understanding. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to slowly digest this information. He looked at Murong Qingcheng and Xin Jingqiu. Qingcheng, Qiu, what do you two plan to do? Do you want to walk the Emperor realm with me? Big brother Lin Xian, this matter is too shocking. Qiu's mind is still a little blank. I have to think about it properly. Murong also said, Big brother Xian, I have to go back and discuss this matter with Master. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that this matter couldn't be forced. After all, stepping on the emperor realm was equivalent to disregarding life and death. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he wouldn't force the two of them. After letting the dark red divine dragon send the two of them away, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to wait patiently. Apart from him, the other sacred grounds, ancient families, and 10,000 ancient races. Those old ancestors and sages also began to tell their younger generations about the Emperor realm and the various worlds. After hearing this, the geniuses of the younger generation cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a vast and mysterious world in the universe. All of this made them exclaim in surprise. The origin star, our true spirit world, is actually so important. Many saints exclaimed, "What? The buried emperor's star? There's actually such a star. Many emperors were buried there. Doesn't that mean that there are countless inheritances of emperors there?" After hearing this, many geniuses' breathing quickened. Even those experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes red. Inheritors of emperors. These four words were so heavy, they knew that until now. They only knew that Yen Nantian had obtained the inheritances of emperors. Of course, the other ancient families and 10,000 ancient races definitely had inheritances of emperors. But even if there was, it wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Even someone as strong as Yi Wudao hadn't heard that he had inherited Emperor Ye's inheritance. Therefore, one could imagine how difficult it was to obtain the inheritances of emperors. And in the universe, there was a buried emperor's star. There were many inheritances of emperors there. If they could enter there, wouldn't it mean that they had a chance to become the inheritors of emperors? Thinking of this, these people couldn't wait. "Ha! I've decided that my goal is the Sea of Stars." Many people were excited and prepared to step on the path of the universe. That's a must. I'm the man who wants to become the inheritor of emperors. Forget it. I'm the man who wants to become an emperor. Hee. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even someone as strong as Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Yen Nantian wouldn't dare to say such big words, right? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Yi family, in front of the ancient palace. An old man with a sage-like demeanor stood there, emitting a mysterious aura. Opposite him were countless clansmen of the Yi family. Among them, the strongest was the head of the Yi family, and beside him was Yi Wudao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's face was filled with shock because he had just learned about the myriad worlds. The young disciples behind him were even more excited. They didn't know what they had to do to enter the ancient path of stars. This was what they were most concerned about. Chapter 3000. At the front, the sage-like old man nodded his head slightly. "That's enough. Choose a few top disciples and enter. Let's see who's fated to obtain it." Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. The young disciples and geniuses of the Yi family began to discuss among themselves. What was that place? Seeing the family head and patriarch's serious expressions, could it be? They quickly discussed and guessed. The sage-like old man at the front coughed softly. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent. There was no need to guess. The opening of the path to the great emperor, coupled with the golden age, would be much more difficult than before. Our Yi family is an emperor family, a clan of the ancients, and even has an emperor weapon. It could be said that our Yi family is the most powerful family in the world. Even the immemorial royal family wouldn't dare to make a move against us. However, this was only for now. In the future, once a true great emperor appears, both the clan of the ancients and the 10,000 immemorial races will have to submit to him. Therefore, our Yi family must have another great emperor. At this point, the sage-like patriarch exuded a terrifying aura, countless runes intertwined on his body. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky of the universe. From now on, I'm going to open the Yi family's ancestral land. It contains the great emperor's inheritance left behind by Emperor Yi. Who can obtain it will depend on your luck and fortune. What? Opening the ancestral land? The great emperor's inheritance. The Yi family's geniuses took a deep breath, their eyes burning with passion. Even Yi Wudao clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. The great emperor's inheritance was finally going to be opened. He must get it. Not only the Yi family, but the Gu family as well. At this moment, the Gu family was also in a state of excitement. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked at the figure in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. In front of him was a slender figure. The figure's body was surrounded by holy light. It was extremely hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. Apart from Gu Santong, the other geniuses of the Gu family looked at the figure with a trace of respect. This was because this was the Gu family's divine body. Its status in the Gu family was no less than Yi Wudao's in the Yi family. It could be said that this was the Gu family's future hope. This time, this figure had also come out of seclusion. Moreover, he would also participate in the competition for the inheritance of the Void Emperor. With him around, it would be difficult for others to obtain it. The Grand Xia dynasty, Ninely dynasty, Myriad Buddha Temple, and other extreme holy grounds were all preparing to open the great emperor's inheritance. They let their disciples rely on their opportunities. The Jade Lake sacred ground was also an extreme Tao sacred ground, and also had the inheritance left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, Murong Qingcheng and the 9 figures behind her were standing in the main hall. In front of them were the Queen Mother of the West and the 2 saint patriarchs. The 10 of you have been chosen to enter the ancient desolate tower. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance will depend on you. Murong Qingcheng took a deep breath. Half a day ago, she had already spread the news to Lin Xian and told him about her situation. Next, she would enter the ancient desolation tower. She did not know what was waiting for her inside the desolate tower. Yaoguang Holy Land. Although they possessed extreme weapons, they had never produced a great emperor. Their sacred ground was extremely peculiar and strange. At that moment, the Alcade Saint Lord looked at the Alcade Saint Son before him and asked in a deep voice, "Disciple, do you want to enter the House of Prodigy?" Replying to Master, "I do not wish to enter yet." Since the ancient starry sky path has opened, my quintessential world is also one of the stops. Then I will wait in the Alcade Saint Lord and meet the experts of the myriad worlds. Tao East Sacred Ground, Tao East Saint, All Beginnings Sacred Ground, All Beginnings Saintess, Lanrua Temple, No Flower, and other saints and saintesses were preparing to enter the ancient starry sky path. While the humans were busy, the 10,000 ancient races were the same. Some ancient theocrats and powerful races were also making their own preparations. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave sent a portion of their geniuses to enter the House of Prodigy. As for the others, they had their own methods to enter the ancient starry sky path. Among them, the Dragon Crown Prince, Phoenix Princess, and Qilin Crown Prince were the princes and princesses respectively. Their identities were too special. The 3 of them were even more powerful and terrifying than Yi Wudao and the Gu clan's divine physique. This was because they were the descendants of great emperors and had the inheritances of great emperors in their hands. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. It could be said that their physical bodies had already reached the saint realm. It probably wouldn't be long before they directly comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and became true saints. They were definitely the favored children of heaven and earth. In the true spirit world, There was no one whose talent and bloodline were stronger than theirs. At this moment, the Dragon Crown Prince, Qilin Crown Prince, and Phoenix Princess didn't move. Instead, they were still cultivating. They decided to wait until they became true saints before making a move. At that time, they would sweep through the world. The entire true spirit world became busy and restless because of the opening of the House of Prodigy and the ancient starry sky path. Lin Xian was still patiently waiting. Finally, on the 21st day, someone came to the Immortal Palace. It was a child wearing a Taoist robe. His face was delicate and pretty, and he looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He rode on an immortal crane and descended from the sky. Soon he arrived outside the Immortal Palace. "Who is it?" the Immortal Palace's guardian asked in a deep voice. The child sat on the immortal crane and said indifferently, "Envoy from the House of Prodigy." "Someone from the House of Prodigy." The guardian was extremely shocked. He respectfully said, "Please wait. I will inform the palace master and elders." As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. Soon, Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the elders of the Immortal Palace personally came to welcome him. The array formation opened, and they respectfully invited the celestial child in. The child nodded slightly and rode the immortal crane into the Immortal Palace. On the other side, Lin Xian also received the news. At this moment, he brought Peacock and the other young disciples to the Star Palace and waited. Chapter 3001. Lin Xian was not the only one who received an invitation. In addition to Lin Xian, Yan Nantian also received an invitation. The House of Prodigy also sent invitations to Dustless and Yi Wu Dao. However, the two of them were existences of the extreme Dao Holy Lands, so the two of them did not accept the invitations. It seemed that only Lin Xian and the other 5 human titled prodigies could make the House of Prodigy take the initiative to send invitations. Apart from them, the others had to be tested before they could enter. Those young geniuses who did not receive an invitation went on their way, because, according to the released news, the House of Prodigy was in the middle ground. Moreover, it was rumored that there were some requirements. It seemed that only geniuses with 40,000 Archean power and above could enter. Moreover, 40,000 Archean power was the bottom line. When this news came out, countless people stopped thinking about it. After all, some saints did not reach 40,000 Archean power. In fact, they could not even reach 30,000. 40,000 Archean power was already a very terrifying existence. Only such a person could enter the House of Prodigy. After Lin Xian received the invitation, he began to prepare. He had already received Murong Qingqing's voice transmission and learned that Murong Qingqing had entered the desolate tower. Therefore, she would not go to the House of Prodigy with him. The other one was Shun Jingqiu. He transmitted his voice over. Shun Jingqiu was preparing to join the House of Prodigy. Lin Xian told her to come directly. When the time came, he would bring her with him. The other one was the dark red dragon. "Ruffian dragon, do you plan to go with me?" "Of course. I want to see what's so special about the ancient starry sky path." The dark red dragon bared its teeth and said, "Don't worry, with my battle strength and bloodline, entering the knight's mansion is not a problem." Lin Xian nodded and waited patiently. The next day, Shen Jingqiu teleported over. After a few more days, which was 7 days later, Lin Xian injected his power into the invitation. Suddenly, the invitation blossomed with light, forming a spatial force that wrapped around Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the Crimson Dragon God and Shen Jingqiu. The 3 of them were teleported away. Not long after, they emerged from the void. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian's power surged, and he instantly recovered. Shen Jingqiu and the dark red divine dragon also recovered. The 3 of them looked around curiously. This was a boundless mountain range. It was very vast, and below it was surrounded by clouds. This place is incredible. This spirit vein is very magical. Where is this place? Central State? There was actually such a place. The dark red dragon looked around in shock. At the same time, he cried out in alarm. How terrifying! There was actually a terrifying formation. Brat, looks like this should be the territory of the Prodigy Manor. That's not right. I've been to the Central State before, but I've never heard of such a place. Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes. He stared at those runes and said, I'm afraid that this place was previously enveloped by a peerless formation, so we didn't see it. Now that the peerless formation is activated, the Prodigy Manor and this strange mountain range are naturally discovered by us. The Prodigy Manor is really generous. I wonder how many formations they use to isolate. There are buildings and human figures below. It should be there. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at the vast mountain range. There was a palace-like existence. He called out and flew into the distance with Shen Jingqiu and the dark red divine dragon. In front of them, buildings appeared. They were located in the mountain range, like stars. At the front of the mountain gate, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Prodigy Manor. These 3 big words were very mysterious. Shen Jingqiu took a look and almost fainted. The dark red divine dragon trembled. Lin Xian's scalp also went numb. Who wrote it? It's too terrifying. Those who were weaker probably couldn't even look at it. It was the work of a saint. It contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The dark red divine dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian and the other 2 landed in front of the mountain gate and looked into the distance. There were mountains and rivers around them. The scenery was spectacular. When Lin Xian came previously, he had already seen it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. These mountains and rivers were actually formations, using the natural landscape as a protective formation. This kind of work could be said to be heaven-defying and unheard of. The dark red divine dragon next to him was also amazed. Shen Jingqiu was looking into the distance curiously. Inside the mountain gate, there were many figures swaying. In front of them, there were buildings. They were magnificent like ancient ruins. There was an ancient aura. It was not simple. Lin Xian was shocked. In front of these buildings, they actually felt small. The magnificence of the Prodigy Manor surpassed those sacred grounds. Indeed, even their immortal palace was not so magnificent. It was worthy of being the entrance to the great Emperor's Road. It was indeed amazing. Who are you? Tell me your names. Do you have an invitation? At this moment, a few children walked over from afar and asked quickly. These children were also 8 or 9 years old. They had delicate faces, wore Taoist robes, and had flying swords on their backs. They looked very similar to the child who came to deliver the invitation on a crane. This was the invitation. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the invitation. The Taoist child in front took a look and then smiled. It's you. It seems that you're finally here. Welcome to the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you in now. The child waved his hand and led the way. Lin Xian and the other 2 followed behind, silently. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, countless white clouds appeared under the child's feet and turned into a cloud. It carried them into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the other 2 looked down. On the mountain path below, many people were already climbing there. There were ancient creatures and some geniuses of the human race. There were no invitations below. If they wanted to enter the Prodigy Manor, they had to pass 3 tests. You have an invitation, so the treatment is naturally different. You can enter directly. Hearing this, the dark red dragon muttered, but I don't have an invitation. Neither do the little girl and I. Will they beat us down later? Shen Jingqiu was also a little worried. Tong Ziji turned around and revealed a smile. No need, I know you guys. You're Lin Xian, known as the Central Emperor. You're Shen Jingqiu, an innate spirit body. You're a dragon. The bloodline of dragons is very strong. Although the two of you don't have an invitation with your bloodline, you can definitely enter the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you to meet the elders. Not long after, the clouds under their feet landed and Lin Xian and the others arrived in front of a huge hall. A few figures walked out of the Great Desolation Hall. They were all elders. Most of them were white-haired elders, but there were also some middle-aged men and women. They were surrounded by Taoist children. Elder, we've brought them here. The Taoist children bowed and said. Those people's gazes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Lin Xian greets seniors. Shen Jingqiu also bowed respectfully. The dark red dragon turned its eyes and looked around curiously. Lin Xian, not bad, not bad. The elders in front stared at Lin Xian nonstop, the successor of the great dragon sword spirit, and the successor of the 9-yang divine body. Now that they had seen him, he was indeed extraordinary. They could feel the powerful sword aura within Lin Xian's body, as well as his terrifying physique. He's definitely a good seedling. Chapter 3002. Yes, the power of a greater mastery 9-yang divine body was terrifying. A greater mastery great dragon successor was even more terrifying. As long as this kid could cultivate one, he would be able to laugh at the world. The elders in front of him were discussing with smiles on their faces. In the distance, another white cloud descended. On the mountain path in the distance, there were also figures walking over. There were about 10 of them. The person on the white cloud was no stranger to Lin Xian. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian also saw Lin Xian. Buzz. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating countless sparks. The void couldn't withstand it and kept shattering. A wave of power swept in all directions. Everyone here was an expert. The elders weren't afraid at all. Even the children didn't have any reaction. There was even a child who waved his hand, and the grade 1 flying sword on his back flew out and cut the crack in the void. This scene shocked the people who had just arrived. These children were too terrifying. Yes, looking at them, they didn't seem weaker than them. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. These people were geniuses who had passed the test with great difficulty. There were geniuses of the human race, and also geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. However, at this moment, they had a strange look in their eyes because these children were too terrifying. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. The kid's power of the Archean Age had almost reached 40,000. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon also gasped. As expected of the House of Prodigy, it was indeed a place full of monsters. In the end, an elder with a sage-like demeanor chuckled and waved his hand. The large crack in the void disappeared. Their gazes moved away from Lin Xian and looked at Yan Nantian. Their eyes lit up again. Yan Nantian, known as the South Emperor, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor and was very powerful. Although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline, the words inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor were enough to explain everything. His voice was a little immature. Now, let me introduce you to the House of Prodigy. Gasp. Everyone's expressions were solemn. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. The little Taoist boy said, in a deep voice, there were 4 great peaks in the outstanding scholar manor. They were respectively Misty, Linglong, Divine Stratagem, and Plenilun. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as the few figures behind him discussed amongst themselves. At the side, the dark red divine dragon muttered, "Don't tell me you're asking us to choose." "Brother Lin Xian, which one should we choose?" Shen Jingqiu asked. Lin Xian didn't know either. Just by hearing these names, no one knew what was different about this place. However, at this moment, He Tu, who was inside the Black Earth, spoke. He transmitted his voice. In the House of Extraordinary Warriors, the full moon peak was the most prosperous. The elders in front of him should be from the 4 peaks. It seems that he wants to choose you this time. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he asked with a voice transmission, He Tu, how do you know so much? He Tu said, don't forget, my previous master was the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword. At that time, with his strength, he naturally joined the Extraordinary Warrior Manor. At that time, which peak did he join? Lin Xian asked. He Tu said, of course, it was the Full Moon Peak. Full Moon Peak? Lin Xian muttered. At this moment, an elder in front chuckled and said, I guess you guys don't know much about it. Let me say it. Among the 4 peaks, our Misty Peak is the most powerful. In order, it is Linglong Peak, Divine Stratagem Peak, and Full Moon Peak. When he said this, a middle-aged man snorted in displeasure. It seemed that he was from the Full Moon Peak. The surrounding people discussed. Even the rankings were out. Was there a need to think? Of course, they would choose Misty Peak. Lin Xian was confused. He transmitted his voice and asked, He Tu, didn't you say that Full Moon Peak was the most powerful? Why is Misty Wind the most powerful one now? He Tu, who was floating in the air, was shocked. That's not right. Full Moon Peak was the most powerful one back then. Could it be that something had changed over the years? So much so that the incomparably powerful Full Moon Peak had actually fallen to last place. It seemed that something had happened in between. The 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword was tens of thousands of years ago. It was understandable that there was a change in the rankings. Lin Xian also guessed a thing or two. Then he asked, which peak should I choose? In his opinion, Misty Peak was the strongest. Naturally, he would choose Misty Peak. However, He Tu said, of course you should choose Full Moon Peak. Are you sure you want me to enter the last ranked mountain? Lin Xian was surprised. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. The current Full Moon Peak might have already declined. Brat, you don't understand. Back then, I came here with the previous master. The Extraordinary Warrior Manor gave you guys a choice for a reason. Each of the 4 peaks has a steel that is used to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After all, you guys have a high chance of entering the Sage Realm. With the help of the steels, you guys can improve quickly. Misty Sky Steel, Exquisite Sky Steel, 8 Desolation Steel, and Full Moon Wordless Steel. These 4 steels are very mysterious and contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, among them, the strangest and most mysterious one is the Full Moon Wordless Steel. Although its power is terrifying, it is very difficult to comprehend. I remember that back then, only the previous master was able to comprehend it. Of course, he didn't completely comprehend it. He only comprehended a little. But this is already very impressive. If Master had completely comprehended it back then, he probably wouldn't have been killed. At this point, He Tu's mood was a little low. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, are you saying that the Full Moon Wordless Steel is very difficult to comprehend? Perhaps this is the reason why Full Moon Peak declined. He guessed roughly. The Full Moon Wordless Steel was too difficult. Even the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword had only comprehended a little. Of course, if the 3rd generation successor was given time, he might really be able to comprehend it. But unfortunately, the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword had already fallen many tens of thousands of years ago. There must be a reason why the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword chose the Full Moon Wordless Steel. I am the successor of the Dragon Sword of this generation. It seems that there is a need to understand how mysterious this Full Moon Wordless Steel is. At this moment, the silver-robed elder in front smiled and said, Lin Xian, right? I am an elder of the Misty Peak. My Misty Peak is the strongest peak in the Knight's Mansion. We have the Misty Sky Steel that allows you to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. So, do you want to come to my Misty Peak? Elder Zhang was all smiles, as if victory was already in his grasp. At the same time, the elder also looked at Yan Nantian, successor of the great emperor. Come to my place, and I can also help you grow the fastest. Hearing that the silver-robed elder had recruited 2 top geniuses, the other elders behind him were displeased. A lady in a green robe walked out. Don't listen to his nonsense. My exquisite peak is also very powerful. We have the exquisite sky steel that also contains the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 3003. Seeing the scene, the 10 figures behind were envious. Although they had also passed the test of the House of Prodigy, they did not receive such treatment. Yan Nantian's eyes flickered. It seemed like he was making a decision. On the other hand, Lin Xian was surprised. The elders of ethereal, exquisite, and divine tactics were all here. Why didn't anyone from Full Moon Peak say anything? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. If I remember correctly, there should be another Full Moon Peak. That's right. I'm an elder of Full Moon Peak. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked out. He looked calm and had no intention of fighting for it. He said in a deep voice, Full Moon Peak has the full moon wordless steel. But let me remind you that although the full moon wordless steel is mysterious, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. So if you want to join Full Moon Peak, think carefully. The white-robed elder was a straightforward person. He did not exaggerate the facts. Instead, he pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the full moon wordless steel. The strength was that it was mysterious and powerful. Once one comprehended it successfully, they would be above everyone else. The weakness was that it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The silver-robed elder of Ethereal Peak said, Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, think carefully. No one has been able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel for tens of thousands of years. Full Moon Peak is ranked last now. Ethereal Peak is the strongest. If you join us, I guarantee that you will have strong protection and support on your path to becoming a great emperor. All right, I'll join Ethereal Peak. Yan Nantian nodded without much hesitation. Since Ethereal Peak was the strongest, what reason did he have to reject? Very well. The silver-robed elder smiled. Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, had joined Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak's strength would be even more powerful. At the thought of this, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the 9 Suns. His potential was limitless. The people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Tactics Peak were anxious. Ethereal Peak had already taken one of the 2 top geniuses. They would not let him take the second one, right? They said, Silver-robed elder. Ethereal Peak is too greedy. That's right, Lin Xian is for us. The 2 of them fought with each other while the elder of the Full Moon Valley stood there without speaking. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw this. Elders, please stop fighting. Thank you for your kindness. However, I want to join the Full Moon Peak. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The 3 elders stood there in a daze, their expressions blank. The white-clothed elder of the Full Moon Peak was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. His opponent had actually chosen the Full Moon Peak. Yan Nantian's eyelids also twitched in surprise. The 10 Sky Prides behind him were in a heated discussion. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? Wasn't it said that Full Moon Peak was the worst? That's right. Ethereal Peak had already extended an olive branch to him. He should enter. Could it be that he was afraid of Yan Nantian? Beside him, the dark red dragon god, and Shen Jingqiu were also very surprised. However, Shen Jingqiu said to listen to Brother Lin Xian. The dark red dragon god whispered, "Kid, is there any reason? I'll explain it to you when we get back." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In front, the elder of the ethereal peak came back to his senses and frowned. He said, "Don't tell me you were attracted by the full moon wordless steel. It's just a legend. After you enter, you may not be able to comprehend it. It's a waste of time. You have to know that you're now walking the path of the great emperor." The green-robed woman of the exquisite peak also frowned. "I know you're strong. You should have more than 50,000 Archean power. But don't be arrogant. Let me tell you something. There are many sky prides who have entered the path of the great emperor. In the myriad worlds, there are many who have more than 50,000 Archean power. Your strength belongs to the lower middle of the entire ancient path of the starry sky. You're just talented. You can only reach the peak after our nurturing. If you waste your talent and time now, you'll only become a stepping stone for others." What? Hearing this, the dozen or so sky prides behind him were shocked. Lin Xian and Yan Nanshan's pupils also shrank. 50,000 Archean power was nothing on the ancient path of the starry sky. This was the first time they heard this news. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, the elder of the ethereal peak continued, "Of course, you haven't completely entered the ancient path of the starry sky yet. When you step on other stars, you'll realize that there are too many monstrous geniuses there. Some even have 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power. 80,000 to 90,000. Yan Nantian sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Divine Dragon and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. He's right. The elder of the full moon peak also sighed. With your talent and the strength of the ethereal peak, it's not impossible for you to reach 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power in a few hundred years. This news shocked the sky prides. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many monstrous geniuses on the ancient path of the starry sky. He knew that under normal circumstances, the strongest combat power below the sage realm was only 100,000. His current 50,000 yuan was already very high, but he didn't expect that there would be 80,000 to 90,000. How terrifying was that? Someone like Yi Wudao could probably kill him and Yan Nantian instantly with just a look. Moreover, the other party wasn't even a sage. Thinking about it, it was simply unimaginable. However, after He Tu's reminder, he still said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through. I want to join the full moon peak." The atmosphere became extremely strange. In an instant, the elders at the front were all stunned. They didn't expect that someone would want to join the full moon peak. Why? Was it because of the full moon wordless steel? But everyone in the Prodigy Manor knew that tens of thousands of years ago, other than one person who had comprehended a little, no one else had been able to comprehend it. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he comprehend it? They didn't think so. Ling Long Peak's elder shook his head. The ethereal peak's elder also had a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was a good seedling. He didn't want to waste it. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress walked out from the side of the silver-robed elder. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were cold. "Aren't you a little too full of yourself? Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant just because those people outside gave you the title of Middle Emperor? In our Prodigy Manor, you're just an ordinary person. The descendant of the great dragon is powerful. The descendant of the 9 sons is powerful, even if you cultivate to the great success stage. You're just a sage. Don't you see that the descendant of the great emperor beside you has chosen our ethereal peak? What reason do you have to reject?" Obviously, Lin Xian's rejection made the woman in blue very angry. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. He didn't seem to have offended her. Was it just because he rejected her? Chapter 3004. Believe it or not, many people will surpass you if you continue to mess around like this. As for you, you might not even be able to enter the great emperor realm. The lady in blue snorted coldly again. Lin Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. He said indifferently, I rejected ethereal peak. Not because they are weak. There are other reasons. Looking at the elders in front, Lin Xian sighed. To tell you the truth, I am really interested in the plenilune wordless steel. If I can't comprehend it, it will be the most regretful thing in my life. Therefore, I hope you can fulfill my wish. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The elders in front were shocked. The sky prides behind were dumbfounded. He's really here for the plenilune wordless steel. The lady in blue was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so direct and state his intentions. But soon she sneered. Humph, kid, you're really overestimating yourself. The plenilune wordless steel is good, but do you really think you can comprehend it? You're too arrogant. Lin Xian shrugged. How would I know if I don't try? If I don't even dare to try, then what's the point of talking about the great emperor realm? I might as well go home. The lady in blue was so angry that her face turned pale because of Lin Xian's attitude. She wanted to say something, but at this moment, the elder in silver waved his hand and said, All right, Qingwu, come back. Since he has already made his decision, let's not force him. There was a trace of coldness and dissatisfaction in his voice. It was obvious that the elders at the front were very displeased with Lin Xian's decision. Elder Zhang of the Plenilune Peak was also very surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to join them. Moreover, his attitude was so firm. To be honest, the Plenilune Peak was no longer as high-spirited as it used to be. All these years, they had been at the bottom of the four peaks. The reason was that no one could comprehend the plenilune wordless steel. He wondered if this kid could comprehend it. Hearing Lin Xian's confident words, the white-clothed elder's eyes flickered. The other party was also a descendant of the great dragon. This reminded him of a person from many tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, that person was similarly high-spirited. As a supreme genius, he came to the outstanding scholar mansion and joined the full moon peak. Moreover, that person was indeed extraordinary. He had actually comprehended a trace of the moongazer wordless steel. It was just that later on, the heavens were jealous of the heroic, and such a stunning genius actually fell. This had always been the regret of Full Moon Peak. From then on, no one was able to comprehend the mountain-gazing, wordless steel. This time, it was another descendant of the great dragon. He wondered what kind of storm the other party would stir up. The white-robed elder's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. Don't worry, if you join my moon-gazing peak will definitely nurture you with all its might. But whether or not you can comprehend the moongazer wordless steel will depend on your luck. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Since Yan Nantian and Lin Xian had made their choice, the other elders' gazes fell on the other people, the 10 geniuses behind them, and the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Of course, the first thing these elders paid attention to was Shun Jingqiu and the dark red dragon beside Lin Xian. One had an innate spirit body, while the other had the bloodline of the dragons. These 2 were definitely incomparably powerful. However, the other party had a close relationship with Lin Xian. Therefore, these elders were still unsure of how the 2 of them would choose. Wherever Big Brother Lin Xian goes, I will go. Shun Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's hand. The dark red dragon beside her also said, Of course, I will go with you. This sentence made the elders of the other peaks change their expressions. The full moon peak elder's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, when he came, he did not expect to be able to accept so many geniuses. At this moment, the girl from Linglong Valley walked up. Shunjingqiu, I will call you Qiu. It's a waste for you to join Full Moon Peak. You are different from Lin Xian. He wants to comprehend the blank mountain steel, but you are different. You have an innate spirit body, which is an extremely powerful physique in the ancient era. It was also very famous. Come to Linglong Peak. This is the most suitable place for you. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, the elder in white also said, He is right. You are not suitable for Full Moon Peak. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu does not want to be separated from you. Shun Jingqiu blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her hair. Silly girl, what are you talking about? We are both in the House of Prodigies. How can we be separated? We are just cultivating in different peaks. The House of Prodigies is only so big. Can't you come and find me? Lin Xian said with a smile. All right then. Shun Jingqiu nodded her head. She knew that she had to work hard to keep up with Lin Xian's footsteps. She did not want to be a vase, and she did not want to be a burden to Lin Xian. In the next moment, she looked at the green-robed lady and nodded her head. All right, elder, I will join Linglong Peak. The green-robed lady smiled and stretched out her hand. Come, Qiu. Linglong Peak will not disappoint you. Seeing this, the people from Divine Peak were envious. They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. Don't have any ideas about me. I will follow this kid. Ruffian Dragon, are you sure you don't want to go to other peaks? The full moon steel might not be suitable for you. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the dragon. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice back. Don't worry, kid. I don't need to comprehend the sky steel. I have the inheritance of dragons. I only need to comprehend the inheritance of dragons. All right then. Lin Xian nodded his head. It seemed that the Crimson Dragon situation was a little special. Therefore, he did not bother about it. This old monster would not mistreat him. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian had finished distributing the spoils. Therefore, the elders looked at the 10 sky prides behind them. In the end, half of the 10 sky prides were taken by Ethereal Peak. The other half were taken by Linglong Peak and Divine Peak. Only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon joined Full Moon Peak. The sky prides, who had joined the 4 peaks, were led by the little boy. As for the elders, they were still standing there, waiting. After all, there were still other sky prides coming. Before they left, the blue-robed lady beside the silver-robed elder looked at Lin Xian and snorted. Kid, I want to see what kind of talent you have. You want to comprehend the full moon steel? Don't get beaten up by our Ethereal Peaks sky prides during the competition. You won't look good on the Central Emperor. It was obvious that the girl was still angry. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. At least, you won't have the chance. Then he looked at Jingqiu and said goodbye to Qiu. Then he and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy to Full Moon Peak. The blue-robed lady was furious. How dare you look down on me? Chapter 3005. After leaving the Antiquity Palace, a white cloud appeared beneath Lin Xian and the rest once again. The little boy in front of them was floating in the sky with the 2 of them. However, the little boy would turn back from time to time and sneak a glance at Lin Xian with a weird expression. Lin Xian felt uneasy. The dark red divine dragon at the side was also puzzled. Kid, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid's face? The little boy sighed. Could it be that you don't recognize that blue-clothed woman? Is she famous? Why should I know her? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said, Could that guy be an old monster that wants to attack us? But That was impossible. Although the little girl's aura was strong and shocking, she was at most at the level of Fengling Xue. People at this level can't beat us, the dark red divine dragon said proudly. The little boy looked at the two of them and said indifferently, "She can't beat you guys, but she has an elder brother who is an extremely strong monster in Ethereal Peak. Her elder brother is very strong and has been to other worlds. It is said that he has reached 70,000 archaic power. It is not difficult to beat up a genius with 50,000 archaic power. It can't be, right? Someone has gone to other worlds in advance." The dark red divine dragon was shocked after hearing this. Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. Who is her elder brother? He is so strong. He did not expect to hear such a strong genius the moment he entered the House of Prodigy. 70,000 archaic power was something that he could not even reach now. It was far beyond him. The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. Are you talking about an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Is there someone so strong in the younger generation? Of course there is. There are many monsters who are hidden or active in other worlds. Oh, right. You guys might have heard of Qingwu's elder brother, because he is very famous outside. Very famous? 70,000 archaic power in the younger generation? Don't mess around. Even Humujin and the others only had 50,000 archean power, and they were already famous throughout the world. And from the looks of it, the other party should be a human. Did a human have 70,000 archean power? Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Qin had all failed, although Lin Xian's primordial energy had exceeded 50,000. He hadn't even reached 60,000. It was only around 55,000, not to mention 70,000 archean powers. Who is this person? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As for him, everyone called him the Northern Demon. That's right, he has the myriad demon body. What? Northern Yao? After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was no stranger to this title, because this was a monster who was equally as famous as him. However, he had never met the other party. East Sage, West Buddha, South Emperor, North Demon, and Central Emperor were the names of these elite prodigies. Lin Xian had seen the others before. However, Lin Xian had never seen this Northern Demon before. Not only him, but almost no one had seen it before. The other party seemed to be very mysterious and never appeared in front of others. But who would have thought that he would hear news about him now? Moreover, the other party was too terrifying. 70,000 archean powers, and he had been to other planets. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark red dragon was shocked. He wasn't shocked by the Northern Demon's name, but by his physique, the myriad demon body. Heavens, he actually had the myriad demon body. The dark red dragon almost jumped up. This legendary physique had also appeared. What was the myriad demon body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, your 9-yang physique and Yi Wudao's same physique are both famous for their powerful physiques. In ancient times, the reputation of the myriad demon body was not inferior to yours. This was definitely a heaven-defying physique. The 9-yang physique, the myriad demon body, and the saint physique had all appeared. This was indeed a golden age. How terrifying were the princes and princesses of the primordial theocrats. Were those princes and princesses more powerful than the Northern Demon? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He had never seen those princes and princesses. The dark red dragon hadn't seen them either, but since he said so, it was definitely true, according to some rumors and the information in my inheritance. Princes and princesses can become saints when they come down. Don't you think that's terrifying? What? They're born with a saint physique? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Sanctification of the physical body was such a terrifying existence. One had to know that his 9-yang physique was already very heaven-defying. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't hurt him. However, He was still very far away from becoming a saint. He didn't dare to imagine a saint physique. Perhaps only a saint's attack could break that kind of physique. These princes and princesses were really abnormal. It seemed that the road ahead of him was still very long. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He decided to see the legendary Moongazer stele. It would be best if he could comprehend some of the laws of heaven and earth from it. He felt the pressure, and it was a huge pressure. The little boy in front also said, "So, don't provoke that Qing Wu." In the extraordinary scholar mansion, she was basically a little princess-like existence. She could do whatever she wanted. This shocking news gave Lin Xian pressure and motivation. Their group set off again. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Not long after, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were surprised again. The mountain range in front of them was continuous. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Below is the territory of our full moon peak. The mountain in the center is the full moon peak, and the area encompassed by the crescent-shaped mountains is called the full moon valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy! The dark red dragon and other big dragon eyes were extremely amazed. What was below was a peerless formation. This kind of formation condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, for the martial artist to use. That is? Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He saw that below, in the full moon valley, there was a terrifying energy surging. Is that a lake? He was extremely surprised. The little boy raised his chin and said proudly, "That's right, that is our full moon lake." The lake water in the full moon lake was not simple. That was a liquid condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Its power and effect were comparable to supreme-grade dragon chi. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon gasped. In fact, even without the little boy's introduction, they were already shocked enough. Because the two of them could clearly sense how terrifying the energy emitted from the full moon lake below was, if they could enter the lake and cultivate for a while. Both of their eyes were red. When the little boy saw this scene, he hurriedly advised, "Don't act recklessly. There is a peerless killing formation below. Without the permission of the peak master, you can't enter at all. Not to mention you, even a half-step saint would be killed if he went down." Damn it, he was really petty. The dark red dragon muttered a few words, but his dragon eyes kept rolling. Chapter 3006. After the warning, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed the little boy and continued to fly. At the same time, the little boy explained that the House of Prodigy had existed since ancient times. It had been tens of thousands of years and had nurtured countless geniuses. You are not the first batch to come. Before this, many geniuses had already entered. Although the full moon peak is temporarily ranked fourth, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Xian did not doubt this at all. After all, the saints and saintesses of the sacred lands outside did not even have the qualifications to enter the House of Prodigy. Moreover, the true spirit world was too big and too mysterious. Even the saints had not explored the secrets of the world, let alone them. In such a vast world, there must be some geniuses who had entered the House of Prodigy in advance. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. What he needed to do was to cultivate hard and surpass all the geniuses. "All right, we are here. I will take you down to rest first. When the time comes, the great elder will make arrangements for you." The little boy formed a seal with his palm, and white clouds floated down. Soon, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mountains below. Around evening, the white-robed elder from before walked over once more. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stood up. Lin Xian said, "Greetings, elder." He had already learned from the little boy that the white-clothed elder in front of him was not simple. He was the great elder of the full moon peak. The white-clothed elder nodded. To be honest, I did not expect you to join the full moon peak. Don't worry, although the full moon peak is not the first peak, our resources and foundation are not inferior to the Misty Peak at all. However, if you want to obtain the resources of the full moon peak, you can only rely on yourself. Here, all the resources have to be fought for with your own strength. The full moon peak was the same, and so were the other peaks. This was the rule of the House of Prodigy. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. He was no stranger to this point, because it was not only the House of Prodigy, but also the sacred lands outside, and even the immortal palace were the same. The stronger your strength and the higher your talent, the more you will be valued, and the more resources they would obtain, the more resources they would obtain. The Peak Lord was also very surprised when he learned of your arrival. Furthermore, the Peak Lord instructed that you have successfully stopped the darkness calamity, which is a meritorious service to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master decided to give you a super big gift. A super big gift? What kind of super gift was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon's heart thumped wildly. Old man, you can't be asking us to enter the full moon lake, right? That's right, it was the full moon lake. Before coming here, you should have a certain understanding of the full moon lake. The white-clothed first elder chuckled. However, he then looked at the dark red divine dragon. Not you, but him. The first elder pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was excited. The dark red dragon curled its lips. Tisk, stingy guy. Can't you give me one more slot? Could he really enter the full moon lake? Lin Xian was overjoyed. Before coming here, he was already greatly moved by the full moon lake. Furthermore, according to the child, entering the full moon lake was not easy. Ordinary geniuses couldn't enter at all. Even for those powerful freaks, only a few of them were able to enter. It was very difficult to enter the full moon lake, to cultivate. It was a great benefit. He didn't expect to receive such a great treatment when he just came to the full moon peak. Looking at the excited Lin Xian, the white-clothed first elder said, "Don't be too happy. Let me give you a reminder." There were already many geniuses who wanted to enter the full moon lake, but they never had the chance. Now that you've just arrived, you've got a chance. So, be careful. Old man, from what you're saying, could it be that he wants to snatch it? Don't you care about this place? The dark red divine dragon curled its lips and said. The first elder laughed. We won't care. Competition is the best training. Of course, it's better not to kill in the House of Prodigy. This was just the beginning. In the future, when he entered other stellar worlds, such battles would become more and more frequent. At that time, there would be no restrictions on killing. Therefore, if he couldn't even withstand the competition in the House of Prodigy, there was no need to go to other stellar worlds. Elder, don't worry. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see who dared to snatch his things. Next, the white-clothed first elder left. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't leave and stayed here. The place where they stayed was a manor. There were mountains and rivers as well as pavilions and palaces under their feet. There was a spirit-gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi for them to cultivate. The scenery was beautiful, and the array was powerful. It was even better than the Stellar Palace. No wonder all these monstrous geniuses wanted to squeeze their way in. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the House of Prodigy. Kid, I've found that these arrays are connected to the Full Moon Lake. It can be said that this is a branch of the Full Moon Lake. I've taken a look. Our location is far from the Full Moon Lake. There are many such manors in front. Presumably, there are also geniuses living there, but their distance is much closer than ours. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It's nothing. It's normal. The boy from before also said that we're not the first batch to enter. Before us, many geniuses have already entered. Some of them have even entered other stellar worlds. Naturally, they can have such a good place. But don't worry. When I'm here, they'll all have to wait. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with confidence. Of course, when the time comes, we'll settle down beside the full moon lake and make those guys jealous. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. He had this plan a long time ago. In fact, it wasn't just the full moon peak. The other 3 peaks all had such lakes. They were all formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth using supreme rays. Ethereal Peak. The tall mountains were hidden in the clouds, looking strangely ethereal and illusory. With Ethereal Peak as the center, there was also a huge valley called Ethereal Valley. In Ethereal Valley, there was also a lake called Ethereal Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were clouds rolling, and it was unusually dreamy. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be amazed. That was because the energy of Ethereal Lake was even more surging than the full moon lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were many mountain ranges of different heights. There were figures flashing on those mountain peaks. It was obvious that there were geniuses cultivating in there. Apart from the difference in height, the distance between those mountain peaks and Ethereal Lake was also different. This point was really similar to the full moon lake. The distance was based on one's strength. The figures in the mountains had strong auras, and their breaths shook heaven and earth. There were even some mountain peaks with a torrential bloodlight. That was a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed by the condensation of blood qi. Chapter 3007. In the midst of the rare phenomenon, a blue figure swept past like a meteor and transformed into a woman in a blue robe. The girl in blue stepped on a 5-colored cloud and flew at a high speed like a fairy. Her target was the ethereal pot in front of her. If anyone else had barged into the ethereal lake, the geniuses in the surrounding mountains would definitely have attacked them and sent them flying. However, the moment the girl appeared, the geniuses did not attack. Instead, they were all excited. Many people were so excited that the sky and earth started to tremble. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes, and some even sounded excited. The number one beauty was here, but no one dared to act rashly despite their excitement. Their gazes were fixed on the blue figure. The blue figure pierced through the clouds and flew towards the misty lake at a rapid speed. At the front of the ethereal lake, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. The blue girl in the sky landed behind the figure and opened her mouth. "Brother!" The figure in front of her opened his eyes. It was a handsome young man. He was wearing a purple robe, and his black hair hung behind his back. Stars flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he stood up when he heard the shout. As he moved, a terrifying aura rose from under his feet and spread in all directions. The surroundings were filled with mysterious clouds and mist, and even the air was rippling. That young man in purple was the North Beast, an extremely powerful genius. "I heard that those guys are here?" The North Beast asked calmly. 2 title battle pet warriors were here, Yan Nantian and that Lin Xian. At this point, the girl in blue snorted coldly. Yan Nantian was easy to deal with. He looked so arrogant that nothing could be seen. But that Lin Xian was really detestable. Our chief elder wanted him to join the ethereal peak. That was giving him face. But that guy did not know what was good for him and insisted on joining the full moon peak. He even said that he wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Humph, do you think he can comprehend it? What a joke. Did he go to the full moon peak? The North Beast narrowed his eyes. What a surprising guy. But he might be able to create a miracle. "Brother!" Qin Wu shouted in dissatisfaction. "Do you think he can comprehend it? I don't believe it." According to the records of the House of Prodigy, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who managed to comprehend a sliver of it. If he was given enough time, he should be able to comprehend it completely. I've heard of this rumor before. Isn't he the descendant of the great dragon of that generation? I heard that he died unexpectedly in the end. This was the biggest regret of the full moon peak. However, even though this brat is also the successor of the dragon sword, I don't think that he can comprehend it. If we don't believe you, just wait and see. Qing Wu coldly snorted. That's right. That fellow actually dared to look down on me. Brother, help me take action and teach that fellow a lesson. Let him know that Central Emperor was nothing in the house of outstanding scholars. The North Demon looked at Qing Wu with a smile on his face. You little girl, he said calmly. I'm quite interested in this Lin Xian, so I don't want to touch him for the time being. I'll let him grow a bit first. I'll go meet that Yen Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. Don't cause any more trouble. Just stay here and cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern demon's body flickered and disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing figure of the northern demon, Qing Wu was dissatisfied. Seriously, he didn't even help me. Her beautiful eyes turned, then a sly smile appeared on her face. Brother, if you don't help me, then don't blame me for using some tricks. She was the #1 beauty of the house of outstanding scholars and the younger sister of the northern demon. What could she do? She reckoned that if she said a word, there would be countless geniuses who would not help her no matter what. Even if she didn't say anything, there would be people who would do it. As more and more new geniuses joined, the House of Outstanding Scholars became lively. There were some restless movements in the Four Peaks. After all, the people who came this time were all incredible figures. This was a golden age. The successors of the great dragon, the great emperor, and some of the 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines had all come. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of those powerful geniuses in the House of Outstanding Scholars. After all, these people's talents were not bad. They could even be said to be heaven-defying. In addition to the resources of the House of Outstanding Scholars, it wouldn't be long before they soared to the sky. The full moon peak was also incomparably lively. Those geniuses were all discussing because a successor of the great dragon had come. Moreover, it was the successor of the 9 sons, the great dragon sword, 9 young divine body. These geniuses had heard of these before. They didn't expect that someone would actually gather these 2 great inheritances in one body. What was even more shocking was that they learned that this kid had actually obtained a chance to enter the full moon lake. This made their eyes turn red. Damn it. How could it be like this? Many people were angry. Soon, news came that this kid had once stopped the dark turmoil and had contributed to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master had specially rewarded him. Stop the dark turmoil? Humph, that's because I didn't go out. If I want to go out, I can also stop it. That's right, using the corpse of a great success divine body to stop it. What kind of ability is that? These geniuses were very unconvinced. Around the full moon lake, there were countless courtyards and manors. They were like stars that were scattered everywhere. In the area closer to the full moon lake, an angry roar came from a manor. Immediately, the void around him churned, forming a terrifying vision of heaven and earth that was about to tear the entire world apart. Inside the manor, a man in black stood there. His black hair danced wildly like a demon king, and his murderous aura was surging. Around him, there were 7 or 8 figures. Brother Sidhu, please calm down. This is the Peak Master's decision, and we can't change it. Yes, it could only be said that this kid was extremely lucky. As soon as he entered the full moon peak, he was able to obtain such a great gift. Some people had faces full of envy. Of course, there were also people that coldly snorted. Who was this kid to think he was worthy of entering the full moon lake? That's right. The one who had the qualifications to enter the full moon lake was, of course, our brother Situ. Brother Situ, don't worry, I will help you teach that kid a lesson and make him obediently hand over his spot. There was no need. Situ Xiaotian turned his head. His icy cold eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. The void around him rapidly shattered. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His body emitted incomparably mysterious runes. As the surrounding 7 or 8 figures saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that this Situ Xiaotian was truly angry. Some people shook their heads. Some people sneered inwardly. Hee, let's see how this new kid dies. Situ Xiaotian's voice was icy cold. I will let this kid know that not just anyone can enter the full moon lake. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Behind him, 7 or 8 monstrous geniuses followed. They knew that there was going to be a good show. They feared that Situ Xiaotian would make a move. This Situ Xiaotian wasn't simple. His strength was formidable, and he was extremely famous on the full moon peak. If he were to make a move, then that kid called Lin Xian would be in for some bad luck. Even if the other party was the descendant of the great dragon and the descendant of the 9 sons. So what? At the same time, he raised his head, and his eyes emitted a biting cold light. Are you saying that we only rely on our fists here? Very well. I like such rules. At that point, he reached out a large hand and grabbed upward. Puff, puff. The killing swords that filled the sky shattered. The large golden hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping that person. Damn it, get lost. The black-clothed youth shouted coldly, and black patterns appeared on his brows. An incomparably terrifying power condensed and turned into a sharp divine light. It slashed out like a heavenly sword. It wanted to cut Lin Xian's hand in half. Boom! The sword Qi, that was like a divine light, instantly shattered the void. This attack wasn't weaker than Zhang Wushuang's previous attack. Most of the top prodigies outside would probably be cut in half in an instant if they encountered such a sword light. However, Lin Xian was different. His opponent's combat power had almost reached 50,000, but it still wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, he still didn't dodge. Instead, he slapped forward with the golden hand. Your strength is only SOSO. The golden hand shattered the sword Qi that was like divine light and completely froze the black-robed young man in the void. The black-clothed youth's expression was incomparably ugly. The air around him shattered as it was grabbed by the golden hand. The bones in his body creaked. With just a little bit of force, he would be crushed into a bloody mist. What? This kid is actually so powerful. Is this the 9 sons' divine body? The surrounding prodigies were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such power. Situ Xiaotian also narrowed his eyes. 50,000 archaic power. No wonder you're so arrogant. The young man who had attacked Lin Xian had an ancient power level of 47,000, but he was still unable to defeat him. This made Situ Xiaotian speculate that Lin Xian's archaic power was at least 50,000. However, no matter how much it was, it couldn't be much. After all, the other party's age was still there. Therefore, Situ Xiaotian snorted coldly. Kid, let him go. I'll play with you. Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he turned and stared at the other party. You want to play with me? Who are you? How dare you? This is our senior brother, Situ. Many people shouted coldly. Senior brother Situ? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. I've never heard of this name. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Situ Xiaotian was such a terrifying existence. How dare he say he's never heard of him? Isn't this purely courting death? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't force me to make a move. Situ Xiaotian's face sank, and there was a hint of cold killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian sneered. Don't force you to make a move? Didn't you come here to snatch a spot to enter the full moon lake? You're pretending to be innocent here. If you want to make a move, then come. I'll welcome it. With a wave of his golden hand, the black-clothed youth was thrown away. The black-clothed youth was thrown tens of thousands of miles away. It looks like you're not stupid. You know my intentions for coming here. Situ Shoutian is superior. I'll give you a chance. Obediently give the spot to me. I can treat today's matter as if nothing happened. Otherwise, although he didn't finish, the threat in his words was obvious. It looked like Situ Shoutian wanted to make a move. The surrounding prodigies were all excited. I wonder if you can handle my next attack? Lin Fan thought to himself. Milky Way meteor fist. Buzz. Situ Shoutian's fist bloomed with light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Nothing could withstand it. As soon as the Milky Way meteor fist was unleashed, it brought about a phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire sky was completely covered by countless meteors. The golden palm buzzed, and the light on it dimmed. Seeing this scene, the followers looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. This kid's 9-yang divine body is only SOO. In front of senior brother Situ, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. 9 suns split the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm, and terrifying balls of flames erupted from his palm. They turned into a huge flaming sword that soared into the sky. This aura caused the laughter of the surrounding people to instantly stop. Their hearts trembled, and their eyelids twitched wildly. A sense of fear arose in their hearts. They discovered that this aura was so sharp that it made their bodies tremble. This seemed to be the 9-yang sword technique. He could actually cultivate the 9-yang sword technique to such a level. The surrounding monstrous geniuses were also extremely shocked. Buzz, buzz. The huge, flaming sword danced in the sky like a fire dragon, covering the sky and the earth. The entire sky was completely covered by a sea of fire. Boom, boom. The meteors that filled the sky were split apart by the sword. If this is all you have, then you can get lost. This spot isn't yours yet. Lin Xian's thunderous voice resounded throughout the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned. Situ Shoutian's face completely sank. He realized that he had really underestimated his opponent. The strength that Situ Shoutian displayed was definitely above 50,000 Archean power, and it seemed that Situ Shoutian wasn't weaker than him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared on his body, one after another. Crack, crack. His entire right arm seemed to have turned into a bronze arm. A ferocious aura burst forth from the arm. Bloodline power. Seeing this scene, the surrounding monstrous geniuses' expressions changed. They didn't expect Situ Shoutian to directly use his bloodline power. It seemed that Situ Shoutian was really angry. Sure enough, with Situ Shoutian's hand, the entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand this power. The surrounding monstrous geniuses also quickly retreated with incomparably solemn expressions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Bloodline power? He indeed felt a monstrous aura from Situ Shoutian's right hand that could destroy everything. No wonder he dared to snatch his spot. Situ Shoutian was indeed somewhat capable. His means were above Huomuxian's. Boom. The bronze hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a mountain, and rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire world was trembling. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He still activated 9 suns, split the heavens, and slashed forward. In the sky, the sea of fire surged, and a sword light descended from the sky. the bronze hand collided with 9 suns split the heavens, producing a deafening sound. When the two collided, 100,000 lightning bolts descended. The bronze hand was too strange. Bronze runes appeared one after another on it, and it blocked 9 suns, split the heavens. It blocked it. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying bloodline power. The bronze hand was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 30:10. That's right, the bronze hand wasn't just for show. It was an ancient technique, coupled with Situ Shaoqian's bloodline power. It was absolutely heaven-defying. As he spoke, countless runes formed on the bronze hand and quickly formed a powerful force that sent 9 suns split the sky flying. Not only that, Situ Shaotian shouted coldly and punched out 9 times in a row. The flaming sword Qi trembled and eventually dimmed, and cracks appeared on it. Was it broken? 9 suns split the sky was the ultimate move of the 9 suns sword technique. But now, it couldn't withstand the bronze hand. This kid was indeed no match for Situ Shaotian. That was natural. As long as Situ Shaotian was serious, he could definitely kill this kid easily. The surrounding geniuses sneered. Situ Shaoqian's eyes shone brightly. The bronze hand reached down and completely shattered 9 suns split the sky before grabbing at Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the hand fell, a violent wind blew. The surrounding space shattered, and black holes appeared one after another. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that Situ Shaotian would have such an ultimate technique that could repel his 9 suns split the sky. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand, pulling out the fire Qilin sword. He stabbed out with his sword. Buzz. Tens of thousands of sword Qi slashed out in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The bronze hand was like a sky that pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, boom. In the end, the bronze hand fell and covered Lin Xian's figure. The surrounding space shattered and formed a cage that completely suppressed Lin Xian. That brat had been sealed. Ha ha! I told you he's no match for senior brother Situ. Someone like him wants to go to the full moon lake? Dream on. Cold laughter sounded. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. It seemed that the successor of the great dragon sword Soul couldn't do it either. Yes, although he was the successor of the great dragon sword Soul, if he wanted to compete with Situ Shaotian, he would have to cultivate for a few more years. Situ Shaotian was equally pleased with himself. He waved his hand as if he wanted to lift Lin Xian up. However, in the next instant, his expression changed. An enormous pain came from his palm. Buzz, buzz, countless sword lights flashed, and the bronze hand below let out cracking sounds. In an instant, it was chopped into pieces. A figure walked out from the shattered bronze palm. What? It was broken? Everyone's pupils shrank, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually walk out. That was the bronze hand. How did he break it? The bronze hand contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It was comparable to a semi-sage tool. So, how had the other party done it? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling slightly. Situ Shaoqian's face was also ferocious. He retracted his palm, his complexion extremely ugly. What, do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked coldly. Although it had only been a few short moves, Situ Shaotian had suffered a great loss. This undoubtedly showed that this newcomer was very strong. He was ridiculously strong. This fellow was not bad. He was actually able to break through the bronze hand. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon, that sword was too sharp. They didn't expect that Situ Shaotian would suffer a loss at the other party's hands. If the other party was so strong now, who knew how heaven-defying he would be in the future? Could it be that this was another existence comparable to Misty Peak's northern monster? Everyone discussed spiritedly. They all felt the pressure, and it was an enormous pressure. If this person grew up in the future, he would definitely be a supreme overlord. Splash! Lin Xian fell into the lake, causing countless splashes. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. They wondered how many waves this little guy could create. The first elder was full of anticipation. Hearing this, the surrounding monstrous geniuses began to discuss. This guy is very talented. I think he should be able to create 5 waves. No, I think it should be at least 6 waves. Can't you guess more? 7 waves. Chapter 30:11. The Crimson Dragon also understood what was going on. It turned out that after a substance entered the full moon lake, it would react with the energy within. Waves would form on the surface of the lake. The more waves one formed, the higher one's talent and the greater one's future achievements would be. From the looks of it, when the northern monster entered the misty lake, he had created 7 waves. This made the dark red divine dragon look forward to it. It wondered what kind of scene this kid could create. Lin Xian didn't know what everyone was talking about. At this moment, he had already entered the full moon lake. After entering, he exclaimed in a low voice. The energy inside was too pure. He didn't even need to deliberately absorb it. The energy would enter his body. Cultivating here for a day, no, 2 hours, was comparable to cultivating outside for 100 years. Lin Xian was wild with joy. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his palms and instantly summoned the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon and circled around him, quickly absorbing the energy inside. At the same time, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art. At the same time, he circulated the 9 yang bodies cultivation technique and quickly cultivated. He didn't have much time. He only had half a day, so he couldn't waste any of it. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Xian was silently cultivating, outside, a violent wind blew on the surface of the lake. The void cracked open, and thunder fell. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves surged in the sky, as if they could extinguish everything. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 5 waves appeared almost instantaneously. This kind of scene was truly astonishing. This kid was so powerful. He could instantly activate the 5-layered waves. I wonder if he can continue? Perhaps that was his limit. Not necessarily. After waiting for a while, the 6th wave rose into the sky. Everyone exclaimed again. I wonder if the 7th wave will appear. They continued to wait. This time, the wait was longer. However, a large crack appeared in the sky, as if the entire sky had been split into 2. The 7th wave rose into the sky again. It appeared. The 7th wave really appeared. Heavens, this guy is comparable to the northern monster. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. Those people were amazed. Situ Xiaotian's eyelids twitched. Their full moon peak actually had an existence comparable to the North Fae. In the next moment, these people were stunned. They noticed that after the 7th wave, an 8th wave had actually condensed. The 8th level. It actually appeared. These people screamed. The elders were also extremely shocked. His opponent had actually surpassed the North Demon. This was simply too unbelievable. The news spread quickly and soon spread to the full moon peak. The misty peak was shrouded in mist. At this moment, countless teleportation portals were activated. and news came one after another. Everyone in Misty Peak was shocked as well. What? Someone actually surpassed the North, yeah? Misty Lake. Qing Wu sat there cross-legged, her small face somewhat cold. She held a purple array disc in her hand. Runes flickered on its surface, and a message floated over. It was the news of Lin Xian triggering the 7-layered waves. This news caused Qing Wu to be extremely shocked. Damn it, this guy is actually able to trigger the 7-layered waves. How was this possible? One had to know that the only person who could cause the 7-fold wave was her brother. However, the other party was also able to do this. It was really shocking. After pouting for a long time, Qing Wu took a deep breath and waved her jade-like hand, sending the message into the array disc. Brother, let me tell you a piece of news. That despicable guy has entered the full moon lake. Moreover, he even triggered the 7-layered waves. He's actually the same as you. After the news was sent out, Qing Wu waited patiently. After a while, the array disc flickered and countless runes floated out. Along with it was the voice of the North Demon. I didn't expect this guy to be so talented. I really didn't misjudge him. In the future, he will be the opponent that I'm most interested in. The North Demon's voice was a little excited. Qing Wu was panting with anger. Don't worry, brother. That guy is definitely not your opponent. You've already left him far behind. Unless he cultivates for another 500 years, he won't have a chance to catch up to you. Just as she finished speaking, Qing Wu was stunned, because another array disc beside her sent a message. Not good, Miss Qing Wu. That guy has triggered the 8-layered waves. With a clang, the array disc in Qing Wu's hand fell to the ground. She stood up and screamed, What? The 8-layered waves? Are you sure? Yes. The voice on the array disc was also filled with shock. For a moment, Qing Wu threw it there. Not to mention her. The people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. When the people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Strategy Peak heard the news, they were also in an uproar. They really didn't expect that Lin Xian would cause such a commotion not long after he entered Full Moon Peak. The 8-layered waves had already surpassed the North Demon. One had to know that the North Demon had also triggered the 7-layered waves back then. On Ethereal Lake's side, Qing Wu gritted her teeth. She hurriedly picked up the array disc and quickly sent a voice transmission. Brother, this is bad. That guy actually triggered the 8-layered waves. After sending the voice transmission, Qing Wu waited nervously. This time, it took even longer before the North Demon's voice came. The 8-layered waves. I didn't expect this guy's talent to be so good, to be able to trigger the 8-layered waves. The North Demon's voice was also incomparably solemn. It was obvious that the 8-layered waves had also shocked him. That was because it had already surpassed him. Don't worry, brother. So what if he's talented? He's still so weak now. Perhaps he'll be killed by others the moment he enters the stellar realm. The array rotated and countless runes formed an illusion. It looked exactly like the North Demon. The moment the illusion appeared, it stared at Qing Wu and shook its head slightly. You can't be careless. This guy isn't someone who will die so easily. According to what I know, he's not a flower in a greenhouse. He's experienced the harshest of storms and fought his way up from the bottom. Everything he has today was fought for by him bit by bit. You can obtain this if you go and collect some information. Therefore, don't underestimate him. This guy might really become the second Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng, the name of the 3rd-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. He was a peerless genius back then. He entered the House of Prodigies and comprehended the full moon, wordless steel. He was so strong that he swept through the 8 desolates. No one was his match. However, he was surrounded and killed by countless powerful geniuses on the final ancient path of the stars. That battle was earth-shattering. Blood flowed. It was even rumored that in the end, even the saints took action. Even so, they couldn't do anything to Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng fought with a group of heaven-defying geniuses, including the saints. He killed a path of blood. In the end, a few saints joined forces and killed Yi Gucheng. As for the result of that battle, other than Yi Gucheng's death, all of the monstrous geniuses who attacked were basically killed. Even among the sages, one or two of them had perished. Chapter 30:12. This was also the greatest pain of Full Moon Peak. If Yi Gucheng had grown into a saint at that time, he probably wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this ancient legend again, Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. Brother, you can't be saying that this kid will really walk on the path of Senior Yi Gucheng, right? He can't succeed. Senior Yi Gucheng is not only the successor of the Great Dragon, but also has an extremely strong Azure Dragon bloodline. Although this kid is strong, he doesn't have the bloodline power. Moreover, Senior Yi Gucheng condensed the 9 heavy waves back then. Moreover, he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If it wasn't for the short time he comprehended it, he wouldn't have fallen. Perhaps he would have completely comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Qing Wu didn't believe that this hateful kid in front of him could be compared with the famous Yi Gucheng. Not only him, but the entire extraordinary scholar mansion was talking about it, especially Full Moon Peak. Many old figures appeared, their bodies trembling. They stared at the full moon lake. There was a trace of expectation in their hearts. Lin Xian was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Could Lin Xian create a second miracle? Around the full moon lake, Situ Xiaotian and the others were stunned. The great elder's face was also full of shock. In the sky, the saint's eyes were also flickering. Inside the full moon lake, Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding energy enveloped him. At the same time, opposite him, the great dragon sword soul was also enveloped by countless energy and quickly absorbed. Time was almost up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He only had half a day here, and more than half had already passed. However, what made him happy was that the great dragon sword soul opposite him was nourished by the energy and recovered again. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The fierce power on it made even Lin Xian, who had the 9 yang divine body, tremble slightly. This power could easily pierce through a powerhouse with 60,000 archaic power, right? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This kind of powerful attack power would be Lin Xian's greatest trump card. In addition, Lin Xian's divine body was also blooming with light. He had already reached the 4th level of the 9 yang divine body. At this moment, with so much energy, his 9 yang divine body had improved again. Although it hadn't broken through to the 5th level, it had reached an unbelievable level. He felt that there weren't many attacks that could hurt him now. Once he broke through to the 5th level, it would be a saint-level body. This was a qualitative leap. Saint level, his body meant his body's body. King's attacks' body. It could be said that the 4th level to the 5th level, body. Therefore, breaking through from the 4th layer to the 5th layer was extremely difficult. Full moon lake the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this moment, countless Isas right gu chunked SSS TVS. At this moment, the full moon lake already became the center of the Prodigy Manor. Other than the full moon peak, many people from the other peaks also came. After all, this scene was too terrifying. One had to know that the North Demon, the most powerful monster in the Misty Peak, had only caused 7 waves back then. But now Lin Xian, a newcomer who had just entered, had caused 8 waves. How could they not be shocked? The time was almost up. This kid should have reached his limit. Someone took a deep breath, and many people quietly wiped off their cold sweat. 8 waves was already very terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't cause 9 waves. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine how surprised they would be. Look, they're here. They were the top few people on the Wanhua list, someone exclaimed. A few figures appeared in the surroundings. They were abnormally powerful, like gods and demons. The full moon list was the ranking of the geniuses on Full Moon Peak. Those who could be on the full moon list were all earth-shattering figures. For example, Situ Xiaotian was on the full moon list. Of course, she couldn't even enter the top 10 of the full moon list. And this time, the ones who appeared were the top 5 on the full moon list. One of them was wearing a black robe. There was a black aura hanging down around him, turning into one Shin Yi rune after another, enveloping him. No one dared to approach the place where he was. Hey Mo! He was ranked second. His demonic skills were monstrous, and his strength was terrifying. A newcomer who had just entered and caused such a big commotion. Sooner or later, he would be killed. The Hey Mo flame bloomed with a biting, cold, killing intent. In his opinion, such a newcomer was simply courting death by doing such a thing. The other party didn't have super strength now, but displayed super talent. He would definitely be targeted. No one would allow such a powerful genius to continue to grow. On the Great Earth Path, everyone was an enemy. Maybe one day, this kid would be secretly assassinated. Hearing Heimo's words, everyone trembled. Even Situ Xiaotian's scalp went numb. Heimo not only had terrifying strength, but his character was also cruel. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. Although he wouldn't be killed, he would be seriously injured, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, no one dared to provoke Heimo. That was interesting. Not far from Heimo, countless blue frosts circled around, forming an ice phoenix that carried a woman. This woman was called Xueling, ranked 3rd on the full moon peak. As she chuckled, the power of ice on her body bloomed, freezing the entire world. The bodies of the geniuses trembled, as if they were about to be frozen. Damn it, Xueling's power of ice has become stronger again. Everyone frantically retreated again. Buzz, a beam of light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, turning into a human figure that broke the ice that filled the sky. It was a man in green. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were bright and had a strange light. It's him. Many people's pupils shrank. He was also a peerless genius called Yi Fei, ranked 4th. As soon as he appeared, Xueling, who was ranked 3rd, narrowed her eyes. The ice on her body became even colder. She knew that this was definitely a powerful enemy. Although the other party's ranking was lower than hers, she didn't dare to be careless. The other party's flying daggers never missed. A few years ago, the other party killed 13 invincible kings with 1 slash. That battle record was definitely enough to make people tremble. These people were the top geniuses of the full moon peak. Of course, the one ranked first didn't come. As for the one ranked first, no one was very clear. That was because the other party was too mysterious. He often appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Other than some necessary battles, he basically didn't appear. They only knew that the other party's surname was Huangfu, and his name was Beitian. Huangfu Beitian was an existence even more terrifying than Heimo. He was also the number 1 person on the full moon peak. It was almost time, but this kid still hadn't come out. Above, Heimo frowned, extremely dissatisfied. Chapter 30:13. Hearing this, the others' mouths twitched, but no one dared to refute. In the distance, the eyes of the first elder and the god were fixed on the full moon lake. In fact, in the full moon lake, there were also some powerful geniuses from other mountains. Among them, there were two familiar figures. One was Yen Nantian. At this moment, Yen Nantian was still shrouded in a mysterious halo. He was the successor of Atharch, so when he entered, he caused quite a commotion. As for Lin Xian, he was also very serious, so this time, when Lin Xian entered the full moon lake, he also came to watch. The other one was Qing Wu. At this moment, Qing Wu was holding a disc array in her hand, and on it was the North Devil Phantom formed by runes. Brother, that kid really condensed 8 waves. Qing Wu looked at the 8 waves in front of her and gritted her teeth. The North Devil Phantom's eyes were also shining. The North Devil was using an array to watch from afar. He is indeed very strong and a difficult opponent. The North Devil laughed. Qing Wu snorted coldly. So what? Isn't it just 8 waves? He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Boom, boom. In front of them, endless air currents rolled, and the 8 waves were even more terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian took a step forward and merged with the great dragon sword soul. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and the entire full moon lake trembled as if it was about to split open. Not only him, but the entire space was shaking. With a boom, the 9th wave condensed and surged into the 9 heavens. At this moment, the god was shocked, and everyone was stunned. The 9th wave finally appeared the moment the other party rushed out of the full moon lake. It appeared under his feet. How is this possible? Sidu Xiaoqian's face was full of shock. Yi Fei's expression was serious, and Xueling was also stunned. Black Demon's face sank, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. 9 waves. The other party actually condensed 9 waves. It was unbelievable. One had to know that the North Devil had only condensed 7 waves. In history, only one person was able to condense 9 waves. That person was Yi Gucheng. He was a powerful existence who had comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If many sages hadn't joined forces to attack him back then, he wouldn't have died. Such a person was simply a mythical existence. But now, someone had actually accomplished the same feat. Not only that, he was also a descendant of the great dragon, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Would he become the second Yi Gucheng? In the distance, Yen Nantian snorted coldly. 9 ancient emperor runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like an emperor. His eyes were fixed on the figure that rushed out of the full moon valley. Lin Xian, his fist glowed with light. On the other side, Qing Wu cried out in alarm. How was this possible? Did he really manage to condense 9 waves? She was truly stunned. The North Demon in the illusion was the same. His eyes were filled with shock. 9 heavy waves. His opponent had really condensed 9 waves. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Young geniuses, monsters on the Moonwatch list, and geniuses from other valleys. The first elder also sucked in a breath of cold air. His godlike eyes flickered with an incomparably sharp light. It was clear that they had never expected this scene to unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was famous. He was the descendant of the great dragon, the successor of the 9 sons, and his name shook the world. But those who could come to the House of Prodigy, which one of them wasn't extremely talented. There was even a descendant of a great emperor. Such an unparalleled genius. The Misty Peak even had the 10,000 demon body, such a peerless monster. It could be said that although Lin Xian's name was shocking, he still couldn't suppress everyone here. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's actions had indeed shocked everyone. 9 heavy waves. That was a realm that even the North Demon hadn't reached. Rumor had it that only the legendary Yi Gucheng from tens of thousands of years ago had reached it, And now Lin Xian had done it again. This was simply a legend. This guy was too powerful. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. Situ Xiaotian's hands trembled slightly, Yi Fei's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, and Xueling narrowed her eyes. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. On the other side, the black demon, who was like a demon king, had a gloomy expression. Humph, just condensing the 9 heavy waves. So what? His talent isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. In front of me, he can't arouse my interest at all. Although he said that no matter how he listened, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his words. After all, he couldn't condense the 9 heavy waves either. Yan Nantian didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with strange runes as he stared at the figure in the distance. On the other side, Qing Wu was stunned. Her cherry mouth was wide open. Heavens, what did I just see? This guy actually did it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Am I dreaming? Brother, we aren't under an illusion, right? She hugged the disc array in her hand. And the illusory North Demon also took a deep breath. This guy's talent is beyond our imagination. He will definitely be a difficult opponent in the future. That's impossible. Brother, you think too highly of him. Qing Wu snorted. Isn't it just the 9 heavy waves? It just shows that he has some talent. Besides, the 9 heavy waves might not be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. If he can't comprehend it, he can't be compared to you. Qing Wu was still stubborn. However, what she said was not wrong. In the distance, the great elder was also extremely excited. The eyes of a saint beside him also flickered with strange fluctuations. It was really a surprise. This kid might really become the second Yi Gucheng, the great elder said excitedly. Beside him, the godlike eyes emitted fluctuations. It was possible. However, it might not be certain. All of this had to wait until he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves and shocked everyone, it was still hard to say whether he could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. They really wanted to know if Lin Xian could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. He still wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. He was overestimating himself. Let's get a spot first. The black demon snorted coldly. The full moon wordless steel was the treasure of the full moon peak. Not everyone could comprehend it. One had to rush to the top 3 of the full moon peak to be qualified to comprehend it. This kid was just a newcomer now. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves, he wanted to rush to the top 3 in a short period of time. It was simply impossible. After all, there was not much time left until the next opening of the full moon wordless steel. This little bit of time was simply insignificant to them. It was not enough for their strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, in their opinion, the other party had no hope at all. Lin Xian rushed out of the full moon lake. He let out a long roar and was very happy. This time, although he did not break through, his strength had become stronger. He was even stronger than before. The great dragon sword soul and 9 young divine body had also been improved. Chapter 30:14. He saw that there were many figures around him, and their gazes were all on him. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some powerful energy fluctuations surging over. Among them, 3 figures were the most terrifying. Their strength was far above Situ Xiaotian's. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at He Mo, Xueling, and Yi Fei. The aura of those 3 people made his blood boil. So terrifying. Who were these 3 people? How was it, kid? The dark red dragon flew over from afar and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian nodded. He had broken through a little. His harvest this time was indeed not small. Then he asked again, "Who are those three people?" "Oh, you mean those three guys?" The dark red dragon glanced behind him, curled his lips, and began to explain to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They were the top 5 people on the Moonview roll. In that case, those 3 should be the top few people on the full moon peak, right? The second-ranked He Mo, the third-ranked Xueling, and the fourth-ranked Yi Fei. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yi Fei and Xueling also turned their heads to look at him. In the next moment, their gazes clashed in the sky. With a bang, the void in the middle instantly turned into a black hole. These guys were really perverted. Just the energy produced by their gazes was so terrifying. The surrounding monsters swallowed their saliva. However, Lin Xian was really reckless. He had just entered and dared to provoke Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei and Xueling were fine. Although they were powerful, they were just a little arrogant. However, He Mo was very cruel. That kid had made such a big scene today. He Mo would probably be unhappy. Sure enough, when He Mo saw Lin Xian's gaze, he shouted coldly. A ball of black flames flew out from his eyes. It instantly floated towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he was trying to intimidate Lin Xian. Fuck. How shameless. Ambush. The dark red dragon cursed. He didn't try to take it head on, because he could see how terrifying the black flames were. Lin Xian also frowned and used the yin-yang steps to dodge the attack. In the next moment, he turned his head and looked forward. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Your speed is not bad. You actually managed to dodge my black flames. The corners of Black Demon's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you think you have the qualifications to taint the wordless steel just because of this? Brat, let's talk about it after a few hundred years. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. It seemed that the Black Demon was indeed angry. This brat was going to be miserable. That was because the Black Demon was extremely powerful. On Moon Full Peak, he was second only to Huangfu Beitian. Moreover, his personality was so cruel that he would severely injure people if things didn't go his way. This time, he had set his sights on this Lin brat. He reckoned that the brat would end up in a miserable state. This guy must have eaten gunpowder. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not know the other party. Furthermore, the other party was ruthless from the start. That black flame from before was extremely terrifying. Even a genius like Huomuzhen would be injured if she was enveloped by that flame. As soon as this guy appeared, he was so ruthless. Could it be that no one cared? He looked in the direction of the Great Elder and found that the Great Elder and the sage were just silently watching the battle. They had no intention of stopping it. It seemed that the rules of the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion were very relaxed. They could fight at will. However, it made sense. After all, this was the entrance to the Great Emperor's Road. The battles on the Great Emperor's Road were extremely tragic. Perhaps the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion was also based on this point. Therefore, they did not have too many restrictions. Since he knew this point, Lin Xian did not hold back. He frowned. What? Can I comprehend you wordless steel? You have the final say? Who do you think you are? Fuck. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely. This brat actually went against the Black Demon? Was his brain flooded with water? Did he know who he was facing? The ignorant were fearless. It was no wonder that he had just arrived and did not know the Black Demon's name. If he knew that he was facing the Black Demon, the second genius of Moon Full Peak, he would probably immediately kneel on the ground in fear. In the distance, the Sky Prides were discussing animatedly. The Black Demon's face darkened. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. Therefore, the Black Demon was stunned for a moment when he heard the other party's words. When he came back to his senses, his face was terrifyingly dark. Good, very good. Brat, you are the first one who dares to speak to me like this. What? Am I wrong? Are you in charge of the you wordless steel? Lin Xian still had his hands behind his back and said indifferently, regardless of whether it was the black demon or the white demon, since the other party wanted to hurt him, he would not be nice to them. Brat, you don't have to provoke me. To tell you the truth, if you want to comprehend the you wordless steel, you have to get a spot. Only the top 3 geniuses of Moon Full Peak are qualified to comprehend it. Do you think it's possible for you to do so? So that's how it is. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not know this before. Thank you for telling me the rules. You should be ranked 2nd. If I defeat you, will I be the new 2nd? In that case, I should be qualified. Lin Xian stared at the black demon in front of him again. A biting cold sword intent bloomed from his body. Oh my God, he's causing trouble. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people trembled and almost fainted from fright. What is this guy trying to do? Did I hear wrongly? Does he mean to fight the black demon? Oh my God. Is this kid in the water? It's not just in the water. He's courting death. Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke the black demon? The black demon was ranked 2nd on Moonful Peak, 2nd only to Huangfu Beitian. He was definitely a supreme figure. He was an existence that could compete with the top geniuses of the other peaks. This kid was talented, but his current strength could not be compared to the black demon. He probably could not even block a palm strike from the black demon. Everyone guessed. After all, the black demon had been famous for a long time, and his strength was too terrifying. When Yi Fei and Xueling heard this, they frowned and revealed a trace of shock. They looked at Lin Xian with shock on their faces. They wanted to know where he got his confidence from. You want to attack me? The black demon was stunned. Then he sneered. Kid, it seems that you don't know my strength. Do you think that my 2nd ranking is for nothing? Well, I'll teach you a lesson today. The House of Prodigy is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Here, whether you're the descendant of the dragon or the 9 sons, you have to lie down. The black demon's body emitted a monstrous aura. Boundless black flames jumped and covered half of the sky. An extremely terrifying power spread out from it. Those geniuses retreated frantically. Damn it, this guy really angered the black demon. Don't say any more. Hurry up and stay away. If the black demon attacked, those who were close would suffer. These people knew very well how terrifying the black demon was. Lin Xian felt this force and was also shocked. It was very strong. But so what? Chapter 30:15. He took a step out. 10,000 rays of sword chi blossomed from his body, turning into a sword cloud, spiraling behind her. The 2 people's auras continued to rise. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this time, a bolt of lightning streaked across, slashing the void between the 2 people, forming a large spatial crack, engulfing the 2 people's auras. All right, Head Elder spoke up. Lin Xian, for you to be able to condense the 9 heavy waves at the Full Moon Lake and recreate the legend, it's really something worthy of celebration. I think highly of you. These words were a kind of affirmation of Lin Xian's heaven and earth phenomenon that he caused previously. After all, for so many tens of thousands of years, only 2 people could do it. Lin Xian was one of them. How could they not be excited? However, Head Elder said again, you've only been at the extraordinary warrior mansion for a short time. Why not cultivate for a while first? Want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When these words came out, everyone sighed. Looks like Head Elder made a move to stop this battle. Indeed, although Head Elder and the rest admired Lin Xian, They did not think that the current Lin Xian had the qualifications to compete with He Mo. After all, He Mo was an extremely terrifying existence. They did not want He Mo to make a move and seriously injure Lin Xian. Since Head Elder spoke, then I'll spare your life today. Kid, you're very lucky to be able to jump around for a few months. But don't worry, after a few months, there will be a competition at the Full Moon Peak. At that time, I'll personally make a move and let you know the rules. Is that so? At that time, I'll experience what kind of strength you, the person ranked second, have. If your strength is too weak, I don't mind teaching you how to trample. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, their scalps tingling. Was this a challenge? A new kid actually dared to challenge He Mo. Although they were going to fight again in a few months, what could change in a few months? Most people shook their heads, thinking that this Lin Xian was really insolent and reckless. Of course, there was also a small group of people who were excited and curious. The dark red divine dragon was one of them. Haha, you bunch of idiots. Just you wait. A few months later, your jaws will definitely drop. He was looking forward to the battle in a few months. I'll be waiting for you. He Mo coldly glared at Lin Xian. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a mass of demonic clouds and disappeared into the void. Interesting. I'm looking forward to the competition in a few months. Xue Ling giggled and also turned into an ice sword, breaking through the void. In the end, Yifei also shot a glance at Lin Xian. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Following this, the geniuses began to leave. In the sky, the godlike ice slowly disappeared. The Great Elder also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon back to the manor. In the following days, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the manor to cultivate. He wanted to stabilize the strength he had gained. After about 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The strength in his body had completely stabilized. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure came into the manor. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately stood up. It was the Great Elder. Lin Xian cupped his fists and shouted. Lin Xian was also shocked by this Great Elder. He could not see through him at all. However, from his perception, he should not be an invincible king. Instead, he should have surpassed the invincible king. Whether he was a sage-to-be or a sage-to-be, he was not sure. Although he did not have any terrifying strength, the more he was like this, the more mysterious he seemed. The Great Elder said with a smile. Kid, have you not gone out for the past few days? No, you have been consolidating your cultivation. Lin Xian shook his head. I have to say, you are quite bold. I have stayed in the House of Prodigies for many years and have seen all kinds of geniuses. However, this is the first time I have seen someone like you who dared to provoke He Mo. It was not that I wanted to provoke him, but he was too much of a bully. I don't even know him. We haven't even met before. He actually used such an attack on me the moment he saw me. If that wisp of black flame fell, I estimate that even a prodigy with 50,000 Archean power would be injured. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Sigh, this He Mo is indeed arrogant and overbearing. The Great Elder sighed and then changed the topic. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I will take you to a place. Where to? You will know when you get there. The Great Elder waved his sleeve, and countless laws enveloped Lin Xian, bringing him away from the spot. Lin Xian followed the Great Elder. He did not bring the dark red dragon, nor the snow-white monkey. These two guys had already run out, and no one knew where they went to harm people. The Great Elder was very fast. It was so fast that Lin Xian could not believe it. He knew that this was the speed of laws. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back mountain. There was no one here, but there were many teleportation arrays. The Great Elder brought Lin Xian to a teleportation array. Buzz. The two of them disappeared from the teleportation array. When the two of them appeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and looked in front of him in disbelief. In front of him, it was bright and full of light. Those who did not know would think that they had arrived at the immortal world. Countless jade palaces sat on the ground, emitting a holy light. There were strange flowers and herbs growing around, emitting a strong fragrance. Great Elder, you didn't bring me to the immortal world, right? Lin Xian was shocked. He. The Great Elder laughed. It would be great if it was really the immortal world. How could we have a place that even the Great Emperor had never been to? Don't think too much. This was a secret realm of the House of Prodigies. Lin Xian saw that there were figures entering the palaces in front of him. Lin Xian even met a few of them. He had seen them at the Full Moon Lake before. They were a little familiar. It seemed that this was not a paradise on earth, but a special place of the House of Prodigies. Let's go. Don't be in a daze here. The Great Elder brought Lin Xian forward. Lin Xian followed behind. Walking on the stairs, light flowed under his feet, emitting turbulent energy. Lin Xian felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him. He raised his head and saw a plaque on top of the huge palace. Two words were written in flamboyant calligraphy: Moon Palace. In front of the main hall of the Moon Palace, there was a Taoist sweeping the floor. The old man's hair was messy and his face was pale. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. Even his sweeping movement was very slow. It was as if he had one foot in the grave and would die at any time. For such an ordinary old man to appear in this fairyland-like palace, it was particularly eye-catching. Lin Xian could not help but take a few more glances. However, he frowned. Even if he used the Tianji God eyes, he could not see what was special about this old man. It was as if he was really an ordinary person. Chapter 30:16. Go in and see if there are any opportunities. The Great Elder waved his hand and said. Lin Xian nodded, turned around, and walked towards the Moon Palace. Soon, his figure disappeared from the Moon Palace. The Great Elder took a deep breath and looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. Then he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder. This time, the full moon peak might have a turning point. Someone might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless stele. Hearing this, the Taoist priest in front of him said indifferently, without raising his head, "Oh, are you talking about the little guy who just went in?" His voice was also very light, without any energy fluctuations or the power of laws. This made people very suspicious. Who exactly was this old man? However, before the Great Elder could say anything, the old Taoist priest nodded. That little guy is not bad. I can feel at least 3 powerful energy fluctuations in his body. It seems that this little guy has a lot of secrets. 3? I don't know about that. I only know that he is the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the 9 sons. Is that so? No wonder. The Great Dragon's sword and the 9 sons' divine body are indeed worthy of their reputation. However, his eyes were also very strange. The old Taoist priest did not look at Lin Xian from the beginning to the end, but now he seemed to have seen through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also have secrets? The Great Elder was surprised. He really did not know about this. However, he did not intend to delve into it. After all, he knew that these people were all geniuses who didn't have secrets. Lin Xian walked in. The interior was still colorful, like an immortal palace. Not long after, a black shadow suddenly charged towards him, giving Lin Xian a fright. He subconsciously raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom. He struck out with his palm. The void trembled, and the impact was vast and mighty. This palm strike of his could instantly blow apart an invincible king. However, the thing in front of him did not shatter. It only took a step back, which surprised Lin Xian. So powerful. Who is this person? His physique is too strong. He was even stronger than the prodigies of the primeval theocrats. However, when Lin Xian saw the black figure in front of him, he was completely stunned. The black shadow in front of him was too strange. It had a mysterious aura flowing around its body and a pair of jade-like wings on its back. They didn't look like humans at all. 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian frowned. Wang. At this moment, not far from him, another figure with a pair of white jade wings flew over. Its opponent was a woman. She held a red sword in her hand and slashed out 3 sword flashes. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forcing the figure to retreat. At the same time, she turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. "You're new? My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you?" And what was this thing in front of him? "Lin Xian? You're that Lin Xian." This time, the woman in red was surprised. She curiously sized up the young man in front of her. "He looks handsome, but there's nothing special about him." Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "What's special about me?" The woman in red smiled and said, "You don't know, but the news about you has spread on the full moon peak. Everyone is saying that you have 3 heads and 6 arms." Lin Xian was speechless. Didn't he just create the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake? Was there a need to spread such rumors? 3 heads and 6 arms? He wasn't from the 10,000 ancient races either. Looking at the speechless Lin Xian, the woman in red smiled and said, "My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Yanin. Fairy Lu, can you tell me what kind of monster this is?" As he spoke, Lin Xuani struck out with his palm again. The golden palm turned into a huge seal and blasted forward violently. The figure on top of it blasted him back again. They're called moon shadow beings. I don't know how they came about, but they contain mysterious power. We fight with them to increase our combat experience and hone ourselves. Moreover, speaking till here, Lu Yanin slashed out a few more times, causing that moon shadow person to tremble. A mysterious aura flickered on the moon shadow being's body and poured into Lu Yanin's body. This is the second benefit, absorbing their power to strengthen oneself. This is a very pure power, the essence of the moon. Don't worry, you just need to absorb it into your body and refine it. By the way, this should be your first time coming to the Moon Palace, right? You definitely haven't gone to the Moon Soul Stone. Go to the Moon Soul Stone first, condense the Moon Soul in your body, and then come back to absorb the essence of the moon. Lin Xian was surprised by all of this. As expected of the full moon peak, the things inside were too profound. He walked forward. Along the way, he saw many people fighting with these moon shadow beings. As long as they defeated these moon shadow beings, they could absorb the essence of the moon from these moon shadow beings. After walking for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation in front of him. He couldn't help but speed up. Soon he came to the front. In front of him was a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a crescent-shaped stone suspended in midair. It was as white as jade and emitted rays of light that hung down. It was very mysterious. This should be the Moon Soul Stone. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people around. In the next moment, they were discussing animatedly. "It's that kid. Who is he?" "He's that Lin Xian." "What? That Lin Xian who has 3 heads and 6 arms? It seems that he's going to condense the Moon Soul." There were many people sitting cross-legged around. They were facing the Moon Soul Stone and seemed to be absorbing the power on it. However, this distance made the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitch a little. "Damn, isn't it too far?" Those who didn't know would think that these people were doing something. No one dared to get close to the moon's soul stone and could only absorb it from afar. Even so, the monstrous geniuses were satisfied with what they had. Could it be that this moon soul stone was so powerful and terrifying? Lin Xian didn't believe it and prepared to walk forward. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the geniuses in the distance changed. This kid is really bold. Heh! Does he think that he can be presumptuous here? Just because he can condense the 9 heavy waves? Let's see how he dies. Many people gloated. In the distance, Lu Yanan also exclaimed when she saw this scene. Lin Xian, be careful, don't get too close. This moon soul is very strange. If you get too close, it can directly penetrate your soul. Directly penetrate the soul. After Lin Xian heard this, he also stopped in his tracks. His expression became serious as he looked at the moon soul stone in front of him. When the surrounding people heard this, they sighed. Damn it, who was the one who tipped them off? They originally wanted to watch a show. However, when they saw the woman in red in the distance, they immediately shrunk their necks in fear and didn't dare to speak anymore. Outside, the first elder waved his hands. In front of him, countless laws condensed and formed a small ball of light. What was displayed on the ball of light was Lin Xian's current state. At this moment, in addition to the first elder, the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor also raised his head. His turbid eyes were also looking at the ball of light in front of him. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.